Good morning. How are we doing? What's going on? Oh, boy. All right. Good morning, Vor and Westmort. How are you two doing today? We are going to... We might do something soon. I think we're going to do something soon. All right, we got the Grave. Vitality. Let's get a couple more of these Vitality potions to use for today. I just don't know what they stack with. I want to figure that out. Stirring stick. This can go here. Those can go up there. Linen bandages. Linen bandages. They have so many bandages. Canvas. Make 3 more of those. Started the Rogue this morning, yeah? You liking it? Just wish they would give the Rogue more power. More strength. It's the only issue I have with the Rogue. Vor, did you need more bags, by the way? We've got all this linen that you gave me the other day. I can make you a couple more bags. We can attempt to make a couple more bags anyway. How many more did you need? So I think I gave you 6 pouches, which should be enough pouches. But I think you need satchels. Just satchels? Okay, how many did you need? Like 4 more between you and Dory? Linen, 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 linen. Linen, linen, linen. 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 Alright, I think that's all the linen. All right, let me see what I can make. I won't be able to make 4, I'm sure, but we could probably make at least 2 more for you. Don't have an opinion yet. It's the fighter deep dive that brought this on. Took a look at the fighter abilities and started an Excel comparison to Archer. Intending to do the same with the Rogue after. That'd probably be a really good thing to do. Yeah, like if you look at the actual numbers and everything, I bet you're going to find out that the fighter does similar damage that a Rogue does. Or at least the potential to do similar damage that a Rogue does. Do 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 do. Bolt of linen. Alright, so we've got all our bolts of linen. Is that all the linen? Oh, I used up all the linen. Nice. Okay, so let's go see if we can make some satchels. After I got the rogue high enough to get the good feel for it. Yep. There are more abilities that the fighter can cycle consistently on both, and the fighter has a plus damage component that's higher than both. Yeah, I think the fighter is still doing too much damage. Like, I will be the first to admit that. There's people out there that are, you know, that'll have their class doing crazy amounts of damage or whatever. They'll have their class be overpowered and they won't admit to it. But I will be absolutely the first to admit to a class being overpowered. 1. And we got 2. 3. I think we got 3 satchels for you. Maybe 4. Did we get 4 or did we get 3? I got 1, 2, 3 satchels for you. Vor. Perfection. How the AC changes, you feel them? They seem to be there, yeah. The AC changes do seem to be better, it seems like. I take significantly less damage, which is great. Great. Okay, let's put the linen away. Put that up there. I think we are good. All right, I'm not sure what we're doing today. I think Isar wants to go camp some stuff if people want to. Lower plus weapon component, much higher plus damage component. Yeah. I would love to see that, Westmore, if you get that put together. I would love to take a look at it. Because I'm curious myself. Like, I mean, I would imagine the devs would be doing that, but they don't seem to be doing that. Like, one would think that that would be the first thing that the devs do, like, is go and try to sort things out that way. All right, we're going to put this over here, my gear over here, jewel crafting, mixing satchel. Can the sickle go in here? It can. Can the mining go? Yep. Lumberjack. Lumberjack axe cannot go in there. Fell trident cannot go in there. Okay, so let's put the fell trident there. Linen pouch. Measuring stick. We'll do that. Perfect. Let's put our... You be on a 5? Yep, no worries, Isar. You'll get people who give the argument of Archer's solo ability and all that nonsense. All arguments stop if I can bring rogues into the equation and prove the same thing. Yeah, I mean, Archers do have the solo ability, so like I will give some benefit or some to the Archer for having utility, right? So it's the DPS. You got to factor everything in. So if a class is doing very high DPS with high utility and high tanking, you know, and healing, like you got to take from something. So the Archer should have really high DPS with some utility, and that's all they have, right? That's the only two things that they bring to a party. So they don't have healing, they don't have CC, and they don't have tanking. At all. So you got to take those 3 things out. So the rogue is kind of the same thing. High DPS, high or like some utility, no healing, no tanking, maybe a little bit of CC. There was a small update, yeah. It was to fix something to do with monks and clerics and fighter. Like some changes to monk, cleric, and fighter. Very small stuff though, like nothing big. High DPS agreed. Little utility agreed. Yeah, exactly. So, like, that's what they're supposed to be. The rogue and the archer should be high DPS with some utility. And then the fighter, though, has high DPS, some utility, and very high tanking. So you got to take away from the DPS if you want to add to the tank side of the fighter. So if the fighter is doing similar DPS to a rogue or an archer, then why can't the rogue or the archer tank? Right? Like that's kind of how I look at things. So the rogue and the archer should definitely be higher DPS than the fighter because of that. What's going on, Nomadic? How are you? So yeah, you gotta like take, something's gotta come from something else if you're going to try to balance the classes. All right, what do I need to do today? Let's see. We got vitality potions, which that'll be fine. We'll use up some of those because I got a bunch of them. We got that. Okay, I think we're good. I'll give these satchels to Vor. And we have those. The damage is too close in my opinion. Also, archers have a massive low number problem on hits, hitting for 0 to 10 damage at like 20 to 30 with abilities. Yeah, well, yeah, that's an issue that I feel like everybody has. I haven't played a class yet that is just like you get these small hits. Even on my fighter at level 60, I still sometimes get hits for like 1 and 2, and it's like that doesn't make any sense. I mean that is the RNG factor, but yeah. Is anyone LFG? I don't know if Dory and Vor are. Looks like Sam might be. We had him yesterday. Sam here. I have no idea. Got Vor, the Regen blue shoes. Nice! Awesome! Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't been able to be on as much lately, the kids and everything. Today we'll see what's going on. We're not going anywhere today. But I think my son's still going to have another play date. So we'll figure that out. But I don't plan on going anywhere unless they want to go to the pool. Let me check the weather. I did tell them we could go to the pool one day this week. Weather, summer, okay. 83 thunderstorms until 1 p.m. and then it's... Oh, we have like 2 hours of good and then thunderstorms again. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to rain again all day, but we'll see. Hoping they still hit the release date on October. They're definitely going to hit that release date. Like, I am pretty confident on that release date. But will things be in a good place for the start of early access? Where's Burl? I have no idea. I don't know what Burl's been up to. He was doing, he had a lot of work the last few days, but I don't know what's going on other than that. Put up the umbrellas in the pool? Yeah. Yeah. That could work. I used to go swimming in the rain all the time. I love swimming in the rain. But yeah, you don't want to go when it's lightning. Sam was a Beastmaster. Yeah, Sam was a Beastmaster. I don't know if he's available or not, but he was a Beastmaster that grouped with us. Do 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 do. All right. Let's see here. How do you find Beastmaster damage? OP, good. It's good. It's definitely good. I don't know That's a tough one to do because we have to factor in the pet damage. The pet does pretty decent damage, though. So I would say that the Beastmaster is up there with the Rogue and the Archer as far as damage is concerned, yeah. I would definitely put them up there. You know, we do have to consider with the fighter as well that they have an offensive stance. So the fighter is one of those classes that can flex into a DPS role. I disagree with that personally, but you do have to consider that. So if the fighter should be able to push out decent damage while in offensive stance, assuming they're using their offensive abilities. But then what they need to do is make it to where you have to what's the word? Go into defensive stance to really tank for a group. Like where defensive stance is kind of required. I wish that they would add more threat to the defensive stance. Like bonus 10% threat or something to defense. Hey, Criddle got the beta key about 1.5 ago and up to 14. Went to Scarwood and it's kind of dead. Is that zone they're still working on? They're still working on every zone. But yeah, Scarwood is one of the least finished zones in the game right now. Yeah. I wouldn't be there at level 14 either. Like 14 would be a little low for that zone. Shield Bash does have threat to it, yes. Yes. Archers only have the ability to crit and have extra damage to quick shot, pierce shot. Doesn't tell you the damage increase. Yeah, I don't know. I think you get a buff, though. So you might be able to get the extra damage and look at the buff, but I'm not sure. I found the shield before patch superior to dual wield for threat. You think so? I did not think so, personally. I feel like dual wield was better. I guess it depends on your level, though. If at level like at lower level when you're not attacking with your offhand very often, then yes, that bonus threat was nice because it was more consistent threat. So around level, I think you get dual wield at level 10. So 10 to like maybe 20, 25, or 30, that bonus threat is pretty nice. But then once your dual wield skill gets high enough to where you actually trigger the dual wield more often, then I think it goes the other way. Even on the buff, it doesn't tell you? Yeah, I don't know how much damage it does. Good morning, Muffin. How are you? You had a significantly easier time with Shield Bash? And you probably will. That makes sense at the lower levels, for sure. Because your dual wield isn't triggering very often. Right? When you first get dual wield, it's a low skill. And it's like every... So it looks at the delay of your weapon. So every 3 seconds, it's going to say, do I attack with my offhand? And your dual wield skill will say yes or no based on the skill level. If it's like less than 100, then it's only going to trigger maybe like 20% of the time or something like that. But then as you get it up towards 300, it'll trigger a lot more often, like 80% of the time. And so there's a big difference as you level up. The starter archer quest, dark hooded dude is fun. Feared your teammate off the ledge, and we ran. Nice. Yeah, fear can get you for sure. It's a scary spell. Now, fear will definitely get you. I've been feared off a ledge before. My group has, we've been feared like into a bunch of other mobs. Fear is definitely a bad spell in this game. Do you know if double attacks will have a chance on both procs? What do you mean on both procs? Like double attack, every time you swing a weapon, you have a chance to double attack based on your skill. Well, I never made, shoot. I made one of those. Oh, well. So double attack, 2 times attacks, procs on one or both. On both hands? It'll proc in both hands, yeah. You can get double attack in your offhand. So every time you swing with your main hand, if you have double attack, it says, do I double attack? Yes or no? No, you'll swing once. Yes, you'll swing twice. When your offhand goes off, it'll say every 3 seconds here with my offhand, do I swing? And that will check your dual wield skill. Yes or no? If yes, do I double attack? Then it'll check your double attack skill. Yes or no? If it's yes, it'll double attack. How you feeling about Monster Memories going into release? I'm on the fence. I'm glad it's going into release. I'm glad that they're getting there. They've got a lot of work to do between now and October 1st, and after that, it's not ready for prime time yet. But it's a very good game. They're doing a great job, but it's not ready for prime time. Which, some people would say, well, prime time's 1.0. Some people think early access is still a beta or testing phase. I personally don't feel like that early access is a testing phase. You are selling the game to somebody. It is no longer a testing phase. It is a live game, and you need to treat it as such. So, yeah. Do you know if procs are normalized for delay? They're supposed to be, but I don't think they are. I don't know the answer to that. One of the previous devs kind of gave an answer to that they are somewhat normalized, but there's still some RNG factor to them. I think there's just RNG, as far as I can tell. And certain procs have certain chances. And I think, and it's based on your decks and stuff. So I don't think that they are normalized. Very much agree with you. Live game take when you start charging in EA. Yeah, that's my take on it. I think a lot of people will have that same opinion. When you start paying for a product, it's a live product. You can't be like, oh, we're still testing this. Like, unless somebody signed up specifically for that, I guess. And technically, I guess we are. But yeah, beta products, in my opinion, should be free because you're giving them a service, right? We are testing their game which could cost them money, should cost them money. They should be paying somebody to test it. We are doing that for free to help them out, so they're giving us the game for free. That's the exchange. Both parties get something in exchange. Once the game goes into early access, we are giving them money to play the game. So we are getting the game and paying them to do so. We no longer have to give them the free testing. That's the difference. Again, both parties are receiving something. So That's my take on it. Some other people will feel differently, but I feel like those people honestly are just sucking up to the devs. Like I'm just going to be honest with you about it. I feel like a lot of people are just want to suck up to the devs. They want to be like, oh, devs are perfect and great and swell, because they think they're going to get something special out of that. They think they're going to get special treatment, and sometimes they do. And most of the time you do. If you suck up to somebody, you're going to get special treatment. But yeah. Gnolar say a team of volunteers for a paid product. Exactly. I agree with you. The zones are gorgeous. The dungeons feel dangerous, but there seems to be a lot of dead space, some quality of life issues. Why do I have to separate my orc meat from for the campfire? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Some of the quality of life things are on purpose. They have specifically programmed out some quality of life because they want the game to have quote-unquote friction. And some of that's okay. I think some quality of life lacking is good. You know, having no map, for example, having inventory management is or I guess some lack of quality of life. You know, some of that stuff it adds to the gameplay and it makes the game more fun. Then some things are just like, okay, this is just tedious. Swapping your tools around every single time you want to harvest and then go back to fighting, then go back to harvesting and go back to fighting. It's just tedious. You know, as a bard, swapping your instruments around, there should be some functionality there, in my opinion, to swap that kind of stuff around. So, yeah. No matter what the servers we are playing on are costing money for beta. Yep. Yeah. Does that mean if I can have special treatment if I agree with you about druids versus wizards? Nope. I don't give people special treatment. You all suck. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, I don't do all that stuff. I completely forgot since heading is now in game. Yeah, I've leveled mine up on my fighter already. What did I get it up to yesterday? You could probably have maxed it out already if you tried. Since heading, mine's already at 66. So, since heading, boop. You have no idea which direction you're facing. With 66 since heading, I don't know where I'm facing. Let's try again. What's the cooldown on this? Like 10 seconds? What is that? I'm going to find out. Since heading. Heading west. What's the cooldown here? 15 seconds. That's a long time. My goodness. This is one of those quality of life things that people kept asking for since heading, right? This is one that they specifically didn't put into the game, but every spellcaster had it. So the 7 spellcasters and basically anyone that could cast a spell had since heading because they had True North or whatever the spell was that just told them north. So they effectively had since heading because of that. So it kind of really sucked for classes like the fighter and the rogue that didn't have those types of abilities. So I'm glad that they added since heading, and it kind of just evens the playing field because everybody should know which direction you're facing. You know? Sure, level up a skill to do it, but you should know which direction you're facing. Tool swapping sucks. Map making would be cool if we explore it. We should be able to make our own maps. Would feel real. Yeah, cartography is a thing that they're looking at adding into the game, which would be really cool if they do that. For sure. What they don't tell you is every direction is west. That's true. It's true. There are so many landmarks in this game, I don't think it's needed. There are a lot of landmarks, but when you go into a dungeon, there's no landmarks. So when you go into Glinting Hollow, you know, you have to learn which way is which direction, and it can be disorienting at first. You'll figure it out eventually, sure. I was kicked from the party. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Had my fan on again, and it was making me chilly. If I turn that fan on and I face it right at me, I get cold. Full drawn maps of dungeons will be expensive with that skill. Would be super cool though. Looking forward to more fleshed out economy once all the trade skills are in. Yeah, economy is another one of those aspects that I feel like could use some improvement in the game. They have a lot of ideas for the economy and kind of have built the game around those ideas. But it's not finished yet, is the problem. So, yeah, like right now, are we camping? We might need to camp. Let me camp. I guess we're camping and coming back in. Yeah, like right now, the only thing to spend money on in the game is housing and things like that. I'm going to camp real quick, Isar. I guess we're doing all that. Speaking of economy, why is the crack staff sell value 55 silver and everything else is low? That's like a carryover from EverQuest, I think. They just made the crack staves sell for more money. I think. I don't think there's really a reason other than just to give players, something to go after for more money. There's so few people on lately. Look at this. It's crazy. Just a lot of people are just kind of, okay, well, it's August. We're just waiting. We'll see what happens. Very few people are playing right now. It's all about the crack. Yes. Yep. It's all about that crack. Not about the base. It's a hollow staff with a crack in it. You're about done. See you in October. A lot of people, I think, are in the same boat right now. Like, I don't blame anyone right now that's I don't blame anyone right now that's just kind of like, okay, I'm done for now. Totally get it. But the game still needs a lot of testing. They need a lot of feedback still. There's a lot that they need currently from us because some aspects are just not there yet. Especially with these classes coming in, the deep dives coming in. They're not coming in super fleshed out. They're coming in kind of eh. You try Adrulan? No, I haven't tried Adrulan Online yet. I might try it. We'll have to see when their next test cycle is. And I might play it for a little bit. I'm kind of hoping they do it late September, honestly. Like late September before so after the beta ends of this, but before the early access starts. That would be a really good time. Yeah, they don't do very many or very many tests right now. I don't know when their last one was. But it wasn't. It was several months ago, last I remember. So, crafting system's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, people keep asking me to play it and try it out, so I will probably try that on their next test phase. They're still pretty far behind on development, though. They've got a long ways to go, from what I have gathered. But I mean, it seems like a cool game. I probably will not play it a lot, but you know, it's not going to be out. That game won't even be out in early access for probably a couple more years. So we'll probably play this game for a while, and then see where it goes, and then you know, maybe Adrulan will be the next game that we play. I don't know. Going up the blocks makes you dizzy. You talking about in Adrulan online? If you can get past the Minecraft graphics, yeah, that's the thing that I don't like about the game is I am not a fan of the blocky graphics. The blocky graphics are good for when you're doing like a building game like Minecraft, but when you're doing a you know, like an RPG type game, I want to have, it doesn't need to be realistic graphics, but I want to have something that looks a little different. I don't know. I'm not explaining it, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the blocky Minecraft graphics. But that's not going to stop me from playing it. Like, I don't care about visual fidelity and all that kind of stuff that much. It's not a big deal to me. I mean, I like it. Don't get me wrong. If I could play Monsters and Memories in Unreal 5 engine, I would love it. I would love to see that. But, you know, chances of that happening are very, very slim. Very, very slim. Oh, I gotta give Vor those bags. You up here, Vor? I see Dorinsia. You play the new EQ game thing? No, I'm not gonna play EverQuest Legends. I won't give Daybreak any money or publicity or anything. I don't want to support Daybreak in any way. Julian is way more polished than anything else, but I think the content ends around mid-20s. Yeah, that's rough. For an alpha, it was crazy polished. I don't know. You have to try it for sure. I was surprised by how much I liked it. Yeah, I'm sure it's great. Even Shore is simulated MMO. Yeah, I don't know. The Aaron Shore thing is one of those like I don't think I will play that game just because it's you know, it's an like I like the idea of it being an AI world, so you have characters, people making groups, and you know, like it feels like an MMO, but there's not really an MMO. Like I like the social aspect of a true MMO. It's the only complaint about AOA is the graphics. I don't care about graphics and care more about gameplay. Yeah, I care a lot more about gameplay as well. I agree. Absolutely. Good for when you don't want to worry about corpse runs. Yeah. I've heard mixed things. I'm not a Daybreak fan as well. Yeah, I won't give Daybreak anything. Like I want that company. Honestly, I want it to fail. Just being honest with you guys, like I just want it to fail. I want them to go away. They have done nothing good for gaming. It's good for when you have an itch to scratch but don't want to risk. It's good for when you know you have intermediate game session. Yeah. Yeah, I think Daybreak failing would be an overall plus for. Where are we going, by the way? I don't know what camp we're going to. Going to Gora? Okay.
Yeah.
Gora, all the poopy companies are failing. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, we got a chain. Is this a train coming, or what's going on here? What in the world's happening here? Nope, Vor's going down. We need a taunt off of him. Oh my god. Can't see anything in the sandstorm? Yeah. Welcome to Monsters of Memories, where you can't see anything. Game's beautiful, but they don't want you to see it. It's weird. It's weird. Do you think you'll ever have Pantheon another try when they finish the revamp for the spring update? No. If Pantheon comes into 1.0, I'll try it again. If it ever makes it to an actual good 1.0 game, I'll try it again. Otherwise, no. I have no intentions of playing Pantheon ever again. They have completely butchered that game. And they keep making more mistakes. I'm just, yeah. What's the point? You know? We tried to explain what was good about the game, what was bad about the game, what they needed to change, and they continued to be like, defend, and that's it, yeah. That's all they ever do is defend their bad ideas and let people sit there and white knight their game. That's something that that I feel like Monsters and Memories needs to be careful about. Is, you know, when somebody says something that they critique their game, whether it's a negative thing or how it depends, you know, however you want to take it, you can't always just be like defensive of that, which a lot of devs are. They get offended by it, so they defend their choices. And it's like, well, maybe you should listen to the other side. You know, maybe you should say, okay, well, why are they saying this? I can give him one. I only have one IVU potion on me left, I think. I need to get some more. I think I have some more in my bank. All right, I'm just gonna sit here in the dark, all by myself. But yeah, that's something that Pantheon keeps doing, is they just keep defending their poor choices. And if you say anything bad about their game, then the devs attack you. Like the devs, the way some of them have acted and reacted on Discord it's just bad. It's bad business. It's just bad. You know, they're very biased. And it shows, you know, like I'm very biased as well on some of these games, and I have my opinion, but I'm also not a developer of the game. There's a big difference. You know, they're building a product and trying to sell it to you, and they just want to argue with you about it. And it's like, half the community has no idea what they're talking about on the forums and spout nonsense. It's a difficult thing to focus on the right thing. Exactly. That's the problem with it, is you have like what they call the white knighting or the toxic positivity or whatever. And they keep doing that in some of these games. And those people need to learn that you can't just say positive things all the time. If all you ever do is praise people for the things that they did well, they're not going to learn about their mistakes. They're not going to fix their mistakes. They're not going, you know, it's not going to resolve anything. They're just going to think that they're perfect in every possible way. And I'm not saying that you should always bash them either. You shouldn't just sit there and tell people like how bad they're doing. That's just going to lower their self-esteem. It's going to make them feel like they're not doing things well. It's going to, you know, that's the opposite side. You need to balance those things out. I think that Monsters and Memories is a fantastic game. You know, it's a beautiful game in my opinion. I love the graphics. I love the art style. I love the music. I love the gameplay. I like the exploration in it. All of that is great, but the balance can be definitely worked on. The economy can definitely be worked on. Some of the quality of life, they could definitely add more quality of life to it. So it's a balance. You got to give them, you know, praise them on the things that they do well, but critique them on the things that they need to work on, so that they know, hey, we're going in the right direction over here, but this doesn't feel right. We need to bring it over here to this other side. So they created their own subreddit. I know, yeah, that's the thing about Pantheon. They didn't like what people were saying about their game, so they made their own subreddit. Because they didn't like not having control over what people said about their game. That tells you a lot. That should say everything you need to know. Monsters and Memories has control over their subreddit in this game. But people go out there and they say negative things all the time. And that's a big difference between the development teams, is you can critique Monsters and Memories on Discord, on their Reddit, on their forums. And as long as you're being respectful and not being like, Sean sucks or something, you know, like not saying stuff like that, then They listen to it. They may disagree with you. Sean has told me many times he disagrees with me. Just disagrees. And I'm like, okay, cool. I disagree with him. Cool. But we don't do it in a disrespectful way. I'm not like, Sean's the worst dev in the world. He sucks at games and he shouldn't be doing it. Blah, 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 blah. And saying some things. Like, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying I don't like what they're doing with this class. This class is overpowered. This class is underpowered. This feels bad. That feels good. Whatever. That's all I'm saying. I don't know who's doing it, and I don't care who's doing it. I'm just giving you my feedback. And the devs seem to listen to it in this game. In that game, nope, they get offended by it every single time. If you look at the community, you will have people going, fighters should be higher DPS, yada, yada. You talking about in this game? Yeah, fighters should not be higher DPS in this game, I don't think. They're already too high. Ignoring balance issues and such, that's a red flag. It does, yeah. I agree with that, Westmore. Yeah. They're not ignoring balance issues. I think they know about the balance issues, but they're waiting to get all of the classes in first. They have a lot of other adjustments they need to make, like the armor class bug, the strength bug that was in there. There's a lot of other adjustments that need to be made before they can really work on balance. And that's what I've been saying for a long time is at the rate that they are currently going, they're not even going to have all the classes in the way that they want them, the foundation in by the start of early access. Then they still have to balance each of these classes. And their balancing has been bad. Just straight up bad. And if a dev's listening right now, that's my opinion, is you guys are doing a very bad job balancing these classes. It's just bad. I don't have another way to say that. I can show you where, different things are bad if you really want to see it, but it's just not good. Like, why is a fighter doing as much DPS as a rogue? Why is a wizard doing less or similar DPS to a druid when a druid has heals? Why is a cleric, their heals are the same as a druid or shaman as far as healing a group, but they don't have any of the utility? All of those things are just balance issues that need to be fixed. Otherwise, you're just going to have classes that are not played. Like, why play a class that just feels worse than every other class? So anyway, it goes both ways. Being critical all the time is not a good thing. Exactly. And that's what I said, Dream. Like, you can't always be critical and you can't always be positive. You have to say good and bad, right? You have to give a little bit of both. It's been nearly 2 years since release. Not a lot of changes. Exactly. Let's see. Monsters of Memories feels like the last hope for for MMOs to me. Not a perfect, obviously. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of the last bastion for me as well. Like, it's the game that's doing more things right than any other game in the genre. For me, right? Now, somebody else might look at this game and be like, nope, it's not doing anything right. I want to be able to solo. I want to be able to level up faster. I want, more quality of life. I want maps. There's a lot of people out there that are looking at this game going, no, it's terrible for me. But I feel like what we're missing in the MMO space, this game is absolutely doing it. Because we don't have a game that focuses on the social, that focuses on the group side of things. We just don't have that game anymore. They have kind of pushed those out and made everything soloable. Everything's a loot pinata. Everything is, if I put in 5 minutes of effort, I can complete the task or whatever. And that's not what I want. And I think there's a lot of people that are in that same boat. I can understand that, but they should know where they want the baseline. I think they do know where they want their baseline. It's just a lot of moving parts to get there, right? They're not gonna just put out one patch and everything's gonna be perfectly balanced. There's a lot of moving parts. They should have top DPS class figured out, Archer, Rogue, and then scale every class based on that. Well, they could do it that way, or they could look at it like they want to have, like, the amount of damage that a monster puts out. Then look at, okay, how much healing do we want to have? Then how much damage do we, like, how long do we want the fights to last? Like, there's a lot of different ways you can go about that. right? Balancing is going to take a lot of time. And this is where I'm being defensive of the devs. Balancing is going to be the hardest thing for them to do, and it's not possible until they have all of the classes in with their foundation. I understand that people are like, no, you can put a class in and make that the base. Well, if they put that class in and make it the base, it's going to feel way overpowered or way underpowered. And then everybody's going to be complaining, well, why is this class not? And it's just going to be a whole thing, right? But right now we have Rogue, we have Archer, and Wizard. All the deep dives are done on those. And all three of those are sitting at different places as far as DPS is concerned. And they're all should be relatively equal DPS-wise. But they're not. They're all over the dang place. But I think part of that is because of the way armor class works. Part of that is because of the way that resistances work. Part of that is the TTK changes. How fast or how slow do they want mobs to die? Like, how much emphasis do we want to put on melee versus spells? Like, there's a lot of factors there that they're going to have to consider, and they need to get all of the classes deep dive with their foundation in first, then go, okay, where do we want this to be? So, you know, we'll see. All those people have every other MMO basically. Exactly. That's how I look at it. Yeah, if you want to have the maps and you want to have you know, the fast XP and all that, everything's soloable. There's tons of MMOs out there. You got EverQuest, Legends, you've got World of Warcraft, you've got Final Fantasy 14. Those are the big ones. Well, I mean, EverQuest Legends isn't a big one, but it's similar. But you know, those are the main ones. You have Where Winds Meet. That's technically an MMO. There's a bunch of games out there where soloing and all that is the main way to play the game. And when somebody comes to this game and is like, nope, I want to play this game the same way that I play all of those other games, I'm like, why don't you play those other games? There's clearly a reason that they're not playing those other games, and they want this game to be that new game. Maybe they are the problem with those other games. They themselves don't even like them. So what's the problem? You know? So that's how I look at it. Is if you want a group focused social game, this is going to be hopefully the game for you. If you want the solo fast paced game, then go play those other ones. I don't get it. I think what they're doing with the deep dives is getting the class close to roughly where they want them to be. Then after all the classes are reworked, they'll fine-tune each one. They're not getting them anywhere near close. That's the problem. That's what Westmort is saying. And I agree with Westmort on that. The deep dives are creating a foundation. And that's it. Just a play style. That's what the deep dives are doing. Is here's the style of the class and how we want it to play. But their numbers are so far off. They're all over the place. You know, is this supposed to be an AoE ability? Should this be a single target ability? How much damage should they be? What's the cooldown on it? Should it, you know, what's the resist rate? What's the, all of that stuff. Like, it's just all over the place. It's like a person, Dev A went in and created this stuff. Dev B went in and created this stuff, and Dev C went in and created this stuff, and all of them are just whatever they wanted to create without having a, hey, there's a baseline up here. You all need to make, all three of those devs need to make to that baseline. It doesn't feel like they did any of that. They just said, what do I think feels good for the game? I'm going to make that this. And that's it. So, yeah. If I'm correct, that this game is a slight WoWified EverQuest, more or less. No, I wouldn't say that at all. It's not. It's more EverQuest than it is World of Warcraft. I mean, I guess you could say it's a slightly WoWified in some ways. It's just a more. It's more technically advanced than EverQuest, but it's a lot closer to an EverQuest style game. It's very slow. If you're going to compare it to World of Warcraft, it would have to be World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King, and earlier. You cannot compare this game to retail WoW at all. It's very, very different. I think I'm weird. Following Eminem since day one, eagerly awaiting October, but can't shake the feeling it's kind of bad version of EQ1 1999 style. I don't think it's a bad version. I just think that it's not a finished version of EQ1, right? If you think of EverQuest 1 when you played it back in 1999, that was a 1.0 version of EverQuest. It was a complete game. This game's not finished yet. So, you got to look at that too. Let's see. Which DPS is strong and weak at the moment will change, but just curious. Yeah, it's definitely going to change. Right now, the Spellblade is pretty good DPS. I think the Beastmaster is pretty good DPS. I think the Wizard and Rogue right now are kind of on the low end for a DPS class. So that's what I would say currently. Has access to specialty arrowheads, including explosive tips, tangle nets. So what you carry matters. Yeah. What about that, Westmore? I'm not saying they're doing a great job at all. Just saying that it seems like the idea. Yeah, the idea is definitely there for sure. But yeah, they just need to keep working on it. There are no explosive tips, explosive abilities. There's flare. Well, yeah, I think that's something that they need to add in later. Like their explosive tips will probably end up being an AoE ability, honestly. They keep making so many AoE abilities in the game. I don't know why. If they continue in that direction, they're going to end up World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. They need to be careful how far they go into those AoE abilities. But I think an explosive tip is going to end up being, if they make it, is going to be a AoE ability. You hit the target, it explodes, it hits everything around it. That's what I expect it to be. It's not theme parked at all the way WoW is. Yeah, it's definitely not a theme park. Ranger has pretty good DPS so far, has dual wield, double attack. Ranger right now hasn't had its rework though, so I'm kind of trying to keep that one out and not talk about that one too much, because I feel like the Ranger DPS is going to end up going up with its deep dive, and its utility is going to go drastically down, and they're going to change the way its utility works. So we'll have to see what happens. It's EverQuest, but a bit modernized maybe. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, kind of a bit modernized EverQuest, but still not. They're still specifically not doing certain things. I mean, if this guy's gonna taunt Isar, I might as well just bring my wizard here. Like, I don't mind if somebody wants a tank, but. Hope they release expected date. Not hopeful. Yeah, they're gonna release on the date for sure. Main Ranger and Worry, they're falling behind revamped classes. Hopefully Deep Dive's coming soon. Yeah, they're way behind on Deep Dives right now. Should Des balance Charm as soon as possible. Keep reading, it's too OP. Really like to see what they envision. I have no idea what they're going to do with it. I hope we get that before early access hits, because if they don't tell us what it's going to be before early access hits, it's going to be kind of weird once early access hits and we're all going, okay, so how's Charm working? Like, what does Charm do? Right? We're not going to know. So I hope we see that before early access hits. I should say, at least on the PvP side, and rogue damage, highest DPS right now would be Archer, Rogue, Wizard, Beast Lord. I mean, yeah, PvP, I'm not talking about PvP. Like, in PvP, it's a very special case, because it's like Wizard in PvP being able to just chain spam nuke, you know, is very strong. Clearly, it's very, very strong. Because they can just do high damage very quickly, but then they run out of mana. So in PvP, it's a different thing. If they're going up against another player in PvP, they're gonna burn all of their mana to kill that player, and it doesn't matter if they have mana left over afterwards. In PvE, you need to have mana left over afterwards because you want to consistently be killing enemies. So it's just, I don't know, it's just a very different thing. The more AoE abilities, the easier it is to pull a lot of mobs and play it like WoW. They need to be ultra careful. Yeah, they need to be super careful with their AoE abilities. There's a whole anti-sustain wizard mob. Be careful. There's definitely, I mean, yeah, the sustain on wizards is bad. Very bad. You think they're going to totally change Charm? I got a feeling they were just making it harder to do. That's what they set out to do originally, was make it harder to do, but I don't know. Like, they added in, you know, like the needing charisma to Charm. Didn't really make it harder to do, just made it require gear, which every class requires gear, so why should Charm not? So that just, it was a balancing thing that needed to happen. I don't know what they're going to do with Charm at this point. They have said that it is definitely stronger than it was intended. So they need to tone it down. Yeah, Charm mobs still hit for a lot more DPS than any DPS class. Like a stupid amount more than any DPS class. They're doing more damage than any player, period. So, yeah, when you factor in everything, it's bad. I don't have a high-level enchanter. It's difficult to hold Charm on a white plus mob. It's a death sentence to try and hold white plus, though my enchanter is only 20. Well, that's just, it's not that your enchanter is low level. It's that you probably don't have enough charisma. That's the issue with it. That's all it is. It's literally a charisma check. It's like saying my wizard doesn't do any damage because he's naked. But if you gave a wizard 200 intelligence, they're going to probably do double DPS. So to say that like, it's just kind of one of those weird things. Like you gotta think about gear. Gear matters. Factor the gear in. The more communication we got, the more changes, the more concerned I am. EQ-like world, but the Blizzard-like devs that want to control every aspect of how you play. Yeah, I mean, it's I guess it's kind of like that. Yeah. The devs in this game definitely are a round peg, square hole kind of situation, right? If you have a round peg, it's supposed to go in the round hole. If you have a square peg, it's supposed to go in a square hole. Without thinking of, well, which is the easiest one to put it in. Like it could go in any of the holes as long as it fits, and you can put it in there, whichever one's the easiest. That's the problem I'm starting to see with some of these devs. I've said this before, and this is not an attack on the devs. Some of the devs in this game are extremely green, which means that they're rookies, right? Green is a thing that they use in the military and stuff, meaning that they are fresh in. They have never developed a game before. They don't understand that side of it. You know, they might have some great ideas. They might have the technical know-how of how to make things happen, but they don't understand how players are going to deal with it. And it's, you know, you give the players abilities, they're not going to go, how does the dev want me to use this ability? They're going to go, how do I want to make this ability work for me? And how can I use it to my advantage? That's what the devs, or that's what the players are going to do versus the devs. So yeah. So anyway, he's got about 60 charisma. Again, only level 20-ish. 60 charisma is getting there, yeah. It's you need a lot of charisma to really make enchanters shine with charm. I got 80 charisma with my druid before the jewelry change, and that was like basic. I needed to not break. Yeah, I feel like from what I've talked to from enchanters and druids and necromancers, 70 is kind of that break point. And then like 150 is another break point. It seemed like. So, yeah. They all go to the square hole. They sure do. They sure do. A couple guys in my guild are now running around as 2 bards, and I'm a cleric. The group is pretty nasty. Just charm 2 mobs. When the charm breaks, I heal them until they regain the charm. It's OP. Charm is very strong. Yeah, charm is extremely strong, for sure. Are we not CCing? I don't want to like grab this off of Vor. I don't. Is Dorencia AFK? Like, I'm confused. I don't know what's happening. Trying to split. Oh, were they too close to that side? I think. Does seem like. All right, I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, did I bring any? I didn't bring any bandages with me. Right, hang on, Nisar. I'm gonna put an indent in my head. I'm always messing up my hair. we're gonna figure it all out. What level am I? My fighter is level 60. All right, sorry, we're trying to. I guess we got a lot of extra aggro here, accidentally. Oh, do you have to be in a group now to res people? Oh, gotcha. I enjoyed your stream. Just opt in for the closed access, but we'll be excited to try EA in October. Nice. Awesome. Love it. Yeah, I think we're all excited for EA in October. I'm going to try to do my best to be here as much as possible. I looked at it yesterday. It looks like October 1st is going to be on a Thursday. Whoops. So if we open up the... where's the calendar at? The heck is all this? Anyway, calendar all down here. If we open up the calendar and we go to October 1st, looks like it's gonna be on a Thursday. So we'll have that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that first weekend. I'm gonna try to make sure I'm playing as much as possible during that first week. So we'll have to see how it goes. Technically, that's a weekend that I'll have my son. That's why I'm trying to spend a lot of extra time with him while I can right now, and then I'm gonna try to swap or figure something out so I can play a lot that weekend. We'll see what happens. Send him to space camp. Nah, he'll be in school. He will be in school, so not really a lot going on then, but I should have a lot of time in October, at least up until Halloween. We'll probably do something fun for Halloween. Cleric is back. Yeah. Cleric is, I don't know, man. I'm still kind of, I don't know where I'm at with it. I don't feel like they gave it enough utility. They just kind of added a few little things to it and just still made it the best overall healer, but you don't need that much healing. Like, you don't need a cleric for a healer in your party. It's just not necessary. So yeah, we'll see what they do with it. So sad. I'm deploying right when EA drops. Oh no, that stinks. Where are you headed to? They're hybrid DPS now. They kind of seem that way, yeah. Where do you train combat skills like parry and such? It depends on your class, where your class trainer is. So fighter would be, well, yeah, it depends on what your class. You got to go to your class trainer, which is usually near where you buy your abilities and spells and stuff, but not necessarily the same NPC. Sandland, I'm not going to say specific, but somewhere hot. Nice, gotcha. Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, it could be like one of those breach of security to let us know. I know a lot of people are deploying soon, though. Like my son's friend's dad is deploying soon. I don't know where he's going. Here we go. I'm gonna turn my my headset over so that I don't. Not that I really care about my hair that much, but like I'm not a freak about my hair getting all messed up, but I don't want it to get crazy messed up. Security thing? Yeah, I'm sure it is. One of those Iran, Iraq places, super hot in the desert. I get it. Right-click the people near your camp. One of them will train skills. Yeah, just right-click them near your camp. Somebody over there will do it. Wonder what they're gonna do with the Paladin. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of curious about Paladin myself. Honestly, I think that the Paladin might end up being an extremely high DPS tank. Because if they do what they did with the Cleric, where they give it like some sort of proc type ability, the Paladin could end up being way overpowered. Until they adjust it. So yeah, we'll see. This is literally what I was afraid of that they were gonna do with these deep dives. Is we're gonna go into early access and people are gonna have absolutely no clue what their class is supposed to be and supposed to do. And then we're gonna end up with like, well, what's the best tank gonna be? What's the best healer gonna be? What's the best DPS gonna be? What's the best this, that, and the other? Well, like, what are these things? What is your class supposed to do? It's still kind of up in the air, unfortunately. Think it'd be the best aura guy? I think it should, yeah. What classes are left to change? There's a lot. Paladin, Shadow Knight, Inquisitor. That's 3 of them. Let's see. The Enchanter, the Necromancer, the Elementalist. The Shaman. I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing some. Wish they had like a Berserker class from EQ. I would have rather them take the Ranger completely out of the game, and then had an Archer class, and then had like a leather wearing two-handed Berserker class. That's what I would have liked to see. Something tells me the remaining classes won't change all that much, but maybe wishful thinking. They're gonna. Well, the hybrid classes are gonna change a ton. So your Shadow Knight, your Ranger, your Paladin, and Inquisitor, they're gonna change a lot. They're all gonna lose their parent caster classes. The Ranger's no longer gonna have Druid abilities. The Paladin's no longer gonna have Cleric abilities. Shadow Knight's not gonna have Necromancer abilities. They're all gonna have their own unique things that they do. So yeah, they're all going to change drastically. Which is the type of class I want to play. Yeah, the like the berserker type. Yeah, berserker type would be kind of cool. People want like the fighter to end up being a berserker type class, but they still want it to wear plate, and I'm like, no, that's just silly. That's silly. I'd imagine Necro and Chanter won't change much. Elementalist gets some new combo mechanic. I'm hoping the Elementalist gets a new combo mechanic, yes. Like some sort of synergy between the Elementalist and its pet would be really nice. Yeah, that would be awesome. The Necro, I think, is going to lose some abilities and also get some synergy between itself and its pet. Why is my spell not going off? There we go. Yeah, they're going to get more like buff their pet for damage or tanking or something like that. Do you have any info on how to make Wrath? You know how to make Wrath and Piety proc on the Cleric? I've been hearing all sorts of stuff. I mean, it seems like it's just a proc. It's just a random RNG type proc. I'm guessing faster weapon and higher dex would be the only way that you can make it proc more, but it could just be something else. I have not personally played the Cleric yet, so I don't know. I could play it. Like, I could probably... Well, I could play the Cleric in this group, but I don't know if it would really do that much. I probably should play a different class in this group today, and since we have another tank. Only thing I've seen spamming the new Faithful spell can trigger it more. There you go. Be curious how high the damage on the proc. Yeah, I've got a 58 Cleric that I wouldn't mind logging into and hitting some things and see what it can do. Because it could end up being like crazy good. Wish you could join, but you're at work. And no worries. Yeah, we've been making some pretty fun groups lately. You know, helping people level up and do some stuff near the end of beta here. eStar's been putting together lots of different groups. You'd like to see the Cleric? Yeah, maybe I'll play the Cleric one day soon. We'll see. I need to try it out. I don't think we bought the spells on the Cleric, so I'll need to do that. I don't think our Cleric friend is actually logged in since the deep dive happened. I think he's a little... Oh, is that what he's doing? Okay, good. Main archer playing Cleric alt I made. Enjoying it so far. Yeah, I keep hearing that the Cleric is kind of overpowered at the moment as far as like its procs and stuff are concerned. Like, if its proc goes off a lot, it's a little OP. But it's very RNG based, so you don't really know when it's going to happen. Are there many level 55 to 60 XP spots other than these undead currently? Yeah, there's a bunch. There's these undead, so all of Upper Salmon. Then there's the giants, which they're not good necessarily XP spots. This is by far the best XP spot for this area, or for this level. You can also go and do some stuff over in Glass Flats. There's some like a spider area that actually gets pretty high level. Well, it's not really a spider. Well, yeah, it's where the spiders are located. So there's a couple. And then when they actually release early access, they're gonna have Fallen Watch. Fallen Watch is pretty much where everybody's gonna be at the higher levels. It's kind of like your lower Guck. Saw them posting and Sean talking about Fallen Watch. Glad to see it's coming together for EA. Yep, it might be in soon, like as early as like next week, maybe. I'm gonna try to fix this. Let's see. I'll lower that. There we go. I'm doing some weird thing on my headphones today because I don't want to like screw up my hair. That seems to work right there. Oh my gosh, taunt got resisted. I hate when taunt gets resisted. You're going Wisdom, Int, and Dex? On what class are you going Wisdom, Int, and Dex? Pretty much no class needs Wisdom and Int. I would go one or the other. I can't think of a single class that needs both. I mean, technically, the Paladin and Shadow Knight can use both, but you don't want to focus on both. I wouldn't recommend on focusing on those three abilities or those three stats. I mean, do whatever you want to do, but those three stats don't really go together most of the time. If Enter Wisdom's higher, the other one is the lower one useless pretty much? Basically, yes. Healing is still affected by Wisdom. So like for some classes, like for the Shadow Knight, I'm not sure exactly how it works. I haven't personally tested it. but increasing your wisdom should increase the amount healed. But increasing your intelligence increases the damage done, which increases the amount healed. So I would still focus, for the Shadow Knight, I would focus on intelligence if you're going to focus on either of those stats. But like, and on a Paladin, I'm not sure how it's going to work on a Paladin. Paladins might be... I'm assuming Paladins are going to scale off of Wisdom for their damage, just like the healing classes do. But that might change. I don't know. If Necros are going to keep all those heals, I hope they make Necro heal scale with Int. Yeah, I mean, and it might. I don't know. I doubt it, but they might. That's the problem that they kind of recently did with the scaling Wisdom casters' damage off of Wisdom, is then they ended up making all the Wisdom casters much stronger than the Int casters. Because now their healing is increased and their damage is increased, and then they didn't balance that very well. So now shamans are doing dots very similar to a necro, and druids are doing damage, direct damage, very similar to that of a druid or a wizard. So it kind of, yeah, the whole thing kind of feels bad. Is asking for a beta invite allowed here? You can ask. I don't have any keys or any access or anything. Does she keep it so that int equals damage? Yeah, I personally think it's just better to int equals damage and wisdom equals healing. But, you know, whatever. Did they cave to the whiners on that one? I don't know if they caved to the whiners. I don't know the reasoning for everything, but they definitely changed it to where wisdom increases the damage of wisdom. Wisdom increases the damage of wisdom casters, like your shaman, druid, and cleric. All increase damage based on wisdom. All right, this headset's driving me nuts. I can't keep it on my head, so I'm just gonna put it up there that way. Do you think the new direction of class changes are for the better, or do you think it's shifting the design of the game overall towards more solo-friendly AoE grinding? They're getting away from the solo-friendliness, but they are definitely shifting it towards AoE, it seems like. But they haven't exactly made it an AoE grind game yet. It depends on how much threat tanks can get with in AoE. And I haven't tested that personally. I would need to get a good two-handed weapon and try out Cleave to see how much damage Cleave does. And if Cleave holds enough threat on multiple enemies to be able to AoE them down. But yeah, that would be... The problem isn't just that, though. It's not just the threat. Like, is a fighter, for example, able to hold threat on 3 mobs? Are they also able to take the damage, and are healers able to keep the fighter up while they're tanking 3 mobs? So it's going to be... there's a couple factors there. What even is the best two-hander right now outside of the raid drops? Whalebone Spear is good. I don't know if that would be the best, but maybe. I do have a Whalebone Spear I could test out. The best is going to be the Ogre-only two-handed weapon, but I'm not an Ogre, so I can't use it. It's as easy as adding a second tank to the group and AoE DPS. Well, yeah, but it's not that easy. It's really not. You still got to keep up with the amount of healing. You have 2 tanks now. You have two people that you have to keep healed. So it's still going to cost more healing. It's the amount of healing that you can do. You're also, if you have 2 tanks, now you have 1 less DPS in your party. So that means that you're doing less damage, which means that the tanks are going to end up taking more damage, which means that you're going to have additional heals because it's taking longer to kill the mobs. So it's not just that easy. Like that's oversimplifying it for sure. Yeah, 2 tanks taking half the damage or 1 tank taking all the damage doesn't matter. It's easier to heal 1 tank taking all the damage than it is to heal 2 tanks taking half the damage. It's like you still got to deal with it. You still got to deal with the amount of damage that's coming in. So yeah, it's not that easy. I think the reason they went with wisdom damage increase is nigh impossible to get any low-level int gear since it's all cloth. I mean, maybe, yeah. It does because you don't run the risk of 1 tank dying. Okay, so if 1 tank dies, it's not that easy. You're way oversimplifying it. But if you think that is the case, then by all means, go for it. Throw 2 tanks in a group with 1 healer and 3 DPS and see what happens. It doesn't become easy mode AoE killing. That's not how that works. As a healer, I want all damage of 1 tank. Yeah, it's way easier to heal 1 tank than it is to try to heal 2 tanks. For sure. For sure. They did just get new AoE heals. They did, but those AoE heals. Oh my gosh. Apparently Blight Wardens run. Keep me out of that group makeup. Exactly, yeah. So the AoE heal on a cleric, I haven't looked at the numbers yet, but I'm imagining that it's probably only good to use if you hit at least 3 or 4 targets. Otherwise, it's not going to be very mana efficient. If you're only hitting 1 or 2 targets with heals, then you might as well just do single target heals on those. Again, we'd have to look at the actual numbers, but yeah. But yeah, that's my guess. Is you're going to need to hit at least 3 or 4 targets. AoE heals cost a ton of mana? Yeah. I'm sure they do. I'm sure that's not going to be mana efficient to try to heal 2 tanks with AoE heals. Is this where we blame Criddle for not snaring? Yeah, this would be exactly it. You're right. The topic isn't we're trying to kill one mob at a time. You're trying to say tanking multiple mobs. What's up? Huh? To make the rice? A lot. Depends on how much you want to eat. Huh? 4 or 5 cups? My goodness. 4 cups would be a lot of rice. I wouldn't go over 4 cups. I would probably... Yeah. I mean, if you want to make 4 cups, we'll make a bunch of rice. That's going to be a lot of rice, though. Let's see. 1 tank holding AoE threat, DPS going AoE damage, healer only having to heal 1 tank would be the best situation. That would be the best, yes. Why even have AoE in the game? I don't know. That's a whole other thing. AoE heal is useful if a mob does a big AoE. Yeah. If like your entire party is taking damage, that's where AoE healing is going to be useful. With like AoE damage happening or a bunch of damage shields going off. Like if there's a damage shield on if there's a damage shield on the mob, and then the cleric would be able to top off the entire party with 1 heal rather than having to heal everybody individually. That's where the AoE healing is going to be good. They should introduce AoE stuff like 2 to 3 expansions deep. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I don't know. I would just stick with wisdom issue on the PvP server. Got to be able to defend myself with some int and being able to proc with the dex. Okay, why? Like that, you're talking about your one class, but how does like how does another class deal with it? Like, I don't know what class you're talking about, but I'm imagining you're talking about a healer class that you need to be able to defend yourself. So your wisdom needs to be able to do damage to an enemy, right? Well, what about a wizard that can't heal themselves? So do they need healing spells? And should their healing be based off of intelligence? I mean, that's literally the argument. That's the problem with PvP, right? Like, that's the problem in this game with PvP. Classes are not going to be balanced at all. Some classes are going to be good at PvP, and some classes are going to be bad at PvP. Period. That's just the way it's going to be. They should use it as a selling point. Why use that as a selling point for future expansions? Like, why not just have, oh, we're going to add in new dungeons and we're going to add in new races and new classes or new boss mobs or new itemization? Those are all selling points. I don't know why they need to be like, oh, now you can AoE. Selling point. I don't understand that logic. Like, that's basically completely changing the play style of the game. You're saying, okay, this game for the first 2 or 3 expansions is a single target game. Everybody plays this one way. And then all of a sudden, 3 expansions later, they're like, oh, everybody's it's an AoE farm game. You're just completely changing the way the game is played. Like, I disagree with that. I don't think that's not a good marketing scheme, in my opinion. That would be bad because now you're like alienating the players that like your game. They like it for whatever reason they're playing it currently, and then you're like, nope, the entire gameplay is going to change because expansion. Like, that seems, I personally feel like that's bad. But, you know, whatever. Good morning. How you doing, Helter Smelter? That's what expansions typically do. Based on what? What's going on? What are we doing? Are we camping out again? I guess I'm gonna camp and come back. I don't know. I think we bugged something. Group's bugged? Okay, gotcha. From day one. Kunyan asked devs for more keys and got even more. You also did our keys, in my opinion. I haven't asked any devs for keys. Personally. Maybe I would get some if I asked, but I haven't asked. So what's these new obscure abilities they mentioned cleric getting? What do they do? The random help from your deity. It's a proc Helter Smelter. So like when you're meleeing on your cleric or when you're using like a certain ability or something on your cleric, you have a chance to proc an ability. And that ability could be a direct damage. It can also be a mana regen, and it can also be a strength buff that gives you like a lot of haste and strength and something. It's like three different things can happen when the cleric procs. Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. I mean, it's a cool idea, but it means that the cleric kind of has to melee. So you're not going to see clerics sitting and meditating as much, they pretty much have to melee at this point. Clerics need a light spell already. I agree. Why clerics don't get a light spell is like, seriously? I don't understand. Where's the dang holy light? Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they won't do it. They just absolutely refuse to do it. Also, turn undead, AoE, undead, fear, stun would be such a cool class for Power Fantasy. Undead, fear me. They added that in. I think that is a thing. They can snare and fear undead. I mean, I think they had that before. They really should put some God of Darkness in the game and explain all that. I mean, they might have it. That's what the corruption is. So there's corruption. Well, that's part of what makes things dark. There's all this corruption in this area that we're standing in right now. There's like a green haze everywhere, and it makes it super duper dark. You heard Snare Undead got removed? It's back as of today, I think. If you look at the forums here, announcements, added Snare the Dead at level 8, updated Fear the Dead at level 8. So Snare the Dead is back in the game at level 8 as of today. Yeah, people were, I'm sure, complaining about it. Yeah, I don't know why they would remove that. Like, it didn't make any sense to remove it. That's one of the first things I picked out. That was a way that clerics were able to kill stuff, to solo stuff, is they would snare Fear Kite, and now they can do that. They can snare Fear Kite undead to solo in the game. I feel like there's more nighttime now. Did they increase the nighttime duration? They did not increase the nighttime duration. It's the same as it always was, but the game does feel darker. I don't know what they did, what they changed. They definitely changed something not too long ago. Maybe not intentionally, but something absolutely was changed. And the game is much, much, much darker now. Well, not much, much darker, but it is definitely darker now. At least it was. I think they may have changed it and then kind of went back and fixed it. In Sean's stream, even he noticed there was a change in lighting levels. Yeah, it was a lot. Something definitely changed. What's he start thinking of the monk and FD changes? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I think he likes the FD changes. Like, it shouldn't be 100% mim wipe every time you feign death, and I think he likes that aspect for sure. Ultravision feels less effective recently also. You're talking about on your Beastmaster, the Ultravision? Yeah, I haven't messed around with that. I haven't gotten Ultravision yet. I've got Infravision. Well, I have Sight of the Beast, which I believe is equal to Infravision. I personally prefer communicating with the tank to pull stuff off me instead of just being able to FD and Membler everything all the time. Yeah, and that's kind of what it should be. Like, the FD, you know, it needs to have like a 90% success rate if you leveled it up at higher, especially at higher levels. It was like about an 80% success rate, I think. Previously, and then people complained about it or whatever happened with that, and then they made it 100% success rate, and then now they brought it back in, and it's like a 95% success rate. It's like still a really high success rate to Membler when you feign death, but it's not 100% like it was, and they might adjust that more. I expect them to reduce that amount. So like right now, maybe it's 95%. They're going to probably adjust that down to like a 90% or something, maybe 85% success rate down the line. I've had it fail a couple times in your Shadow Knight. Yeah, it's going to fail now for sure. Yeah, and it should fail. Like it shouldn't be guaranteed. Good thing for Unholy Bulwark, though. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to keep that. I'm curious if they're going to get rid of that. We'll see. Shadow Knight shouldn't be as effective as Monk. I agree with that as well, but maybe the percentage rate should be about the same, because the Shadow Knight has to cast the spell. So they have to have mana, and there's at least like a 1.5 second cast time or something to it. And they have a recast time to it, so they can't use it as easily as a monk can. So I think that's kind of the negative to it, you know? So like them having a similar fail rate is, I think, okay because of the cast time added to it. Yeah, you can get interrupted, etc. So yeah, I think that's kind of the negatives to Shadow Knight and Necromancer versus a monk. I think that's the benefit the monk has, is they get an instant cast ability. I also think I saw somebody, Isar will be able to tell you either way on this. I'm pretty sure I saw somebody who was able to feign death while stunned. Which, if that's the case, that's another big advantage that monks have. Probably a bug, but another big advantage that monks have. Hope they adjust the fail rate depending on the level of the mob. That would be nice too, yeah. Higher level mob versus a lower level monk, it should fail more often. And then yeah, if you're higher level in the mob, it should succeed more often. I feel like 95% should be the highest that it goes to. I stunned it. I mean, they do have that already, where the level of the mob matters for hit miss rates and stuff. It's already in the game, so I don't know why you think that they need to do something special with that. It's there already. They just need to expand on that more. I was told for all classes, Wisdom Int, whatever is higher will be your main, your mana, and Int will up your damage, and Wisdom helps heals, no matter the class, if this is correct. Not anymore, no. The servers are reset October first. So, yeah, Wisdom Int. Previously it was the higher Wisdom or Int, whichever one was higher, dictated your mana and your damage. Well, your mana. Whoops. My God. It's no longer the case. If you are a Wisdom caster, you want Wisdom. If you are an Int caster, you want Int. So your healers, your shaman, your druid, and your cleric wants Wisdom. That's going to give you more mana regen, more damage, more healing. If you're an Int caster, that would be the necromancer, the enchanter, the the elementalist, and the wizard. You want to have intelligence, which is going to give you more mana regen, and more damage. If you are a hybrid class, it depends on which hybrid class you are, but that's going to be changing in the future. So they haven't really done much with the hybrid classes recently, so that'll be changing in the future. So we'll have to wait and see. They have the Etsy version of WoW design? No, it's just a different design, and you just disagree with it. Their design for this game is higher level monster, has higher stats. The higher stats dictate how often you hit a mob. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's bad. So like an enemy that's level 60 is going to have 300 defense. Right? That's their stat. Your offense compared to their defense is how often you hit them. So a higher level mob than you will have higher defense than your offense stat. Therefore, you will hit it less often. And vice versa. If you are higher level than the mob, your offense skill should be higher than their defense skill, and you will hit the mob more often. So it's literally the exact same as World of Warcraft. It's just calculated differently. It's not just a level indicator, it is a skill factor. So if you are level 60 and your offense is 1, you will not hit the mob more often that is level 60, because your skill is going to be lower than, like, your offense is going to be lower than their defense. But since level dictates the maximum skill you can have, level matters. That's it. That's all it is. So that +5 offense on my aura is more valuable than I thought. It's very, yeah, it's +5 offense aura is like increasing your level by 1, effectively, right? So right now my offense is probably 10. Where's my offense? Yeah, my offense right now is 300 plus 10. So I have 310 offense in this group right now. Because you're giving me +5 and I have +5, so I am effectively level 62 when it comes to fighting these monsters. So their defense is going to be whatever, like their level 55 will be, you know, whatever their defense skill is based on level 55. It'd be 55 times 5. That's their defense skill. And my offense being much higher than that means that I'll hit them more often. So it's a really good system because you can factor things in like that. You can't just like the problem with World of Warcraft in that sense is that you're not going to just have a skill that just be like, oh, that just makes you one level higher. No, it increases your offense, which makes you effectively 1 level higher. But you're not 1 level higher. So I think it's a better system than World of Warcraft in that regard. Adds +8 to swords. Okay, +8 to swords would be like adding to slashing in this game. You have an offense skill, you have a defense skill, you have a slashing skill, a piercing skill, and a bludgeoning skill. Those are all different. Yeah, the math on World of Warcraft, it's just done differently. That's all it is. It's just a different way of doing the math. It's just a different calculation. It doesn't make one better than the other. It doesn't do anything like that. It's just a calculation. It's a mathematical calculation. That's it. Yeah, World of Warcraft actually has like hit rating in it. This game doesn't have hit rating, so it's just, but effectively all is the same thing. It's just math. That's all it is. WoW sucks. Let it out. You'll feel better. WoW's good in its own regard. But I find it silly when people don't understand that math can be expressed in many different ways to come up with the same overall like solution. Its combat system is paramount. It's math, dude. It's math. If you don't understand the math, I don't know what to tell you. But it's literally just math. Like, you could do the math 15 different ways, and you come up with the exact same solution. One way is not necessarily innately better than another way. It's just a different way of doing it. They just express their math differently. Tab target is tab target otherwise. Yeah, exactly. They just express it differently. That's all it is. You clearly don't understand math, but it's okay. Like, I'm not going to fault you for it. Yeah, you can disagree with me. It's okay. It's just clear by what you're saying. Like, I don't even need to explain it. It's very clear that you don't understand it. You just don't get it. And that's okay. Not the end of the world. It's like in D&D back when D&D had THAC0 versus what it has now, which I don't even know what they call it now. It's ultimately the same thing. It's just a different way to represent it. WoW's combat system is smooth, but I wouldn't say it's paramount. That's literally just a matter of opinion. Yeah, exactly. It's 100% a matter of opinion. By millions. Oh my god. So because a game is more popular and more people play it, it just automatically means it's paramount in combat. That's your argument. Cool. Good argument. So if one scientist says that this is the formula for whatever, and 1,000 scientists say this other thing, clearly that one scientist is just wrong. It's literally your argument. Guess what? It's been disproven many times. Terra combat was paramount. Just everything else, meh. Yeah. Now I think Diablo combat, that's paramount. It's perfect in every way. No, actually, sorry, I take that back. Mario Brothers combat is the pinnacle of all combat. Jump on head, squish enemy, perfect. It's perfection because millions of people play it. So therefore, or wait, Minecraft combat's the best because millions of people have played it. That is the dumbest argument. Like, what the heck, dude? Not saying it's an overall better game, just saying it did do some things right. No, I'm not. Nobody said that literally no one was talking about World of Warcraft, and you're just like, it's the best combat in the whole world because millions of people like it. Okay, cool. I'm glad that millions of people like it, but that doesn't mean it's the best. That's an opinion. It's the best in your opinion, sure. But come on, dude. Like, you gotta understand how these things work. I'm not even, like, defending Monsters and Memories combat. I'm just saying that, like, what you're saying is ridiculous. Candy Crush is the best game ever? Yeah, right? Candy Crush, best game ever because over 1 billion people have played it. Therefore, it's the best game in the world. Like, what the heck, dude? It doesn't mean anything. I don't even know if millions of people like it. Millions of people might tolerate it because it's a popular MMO. Exactly. It's a lot of people play it because it's probably still the most popular MMO in the world. So, you know, cool. If World of Warcraft's combat was quote unquote paramount, then why does Blizzard not use that combat system in all of their games? Right? Like, Nope. They have achieved perfection in combat system. We're gonna put it in every one of our games. That's, I mean, if it's perfect, if there's nothing else can beat it, like. They do put it in all of their games? Are you serious? You're kidding me right now, right? Like, have you played all the Blizzard games out there? Clearly they don't. Oh my god. Keep digging a hole, man. Keep digging a hole. I love classic WoW, but the combat is a tiny portion for me. Yeah. You have? Okay, cool. Clearly you're just trying to troll. Clearly. Oh my god, dude. You're terrible at trolling people. You're like the worst possible troll. You gotta at least make it sound plausible. Like myself, get rage baited on a Friday morning. Shame on me. Yeah, don't get rage baited. He's clearly trolling and just, you know, making up nonsense. Plausible. English is not your first language, or what? I don't understand. It's okay. All I said was it didn't combat perfect. And it's reverse, and it's revered for it, and you started attacking. It is not revered for it. Like, that's the problem. That's the problem with the entire statement. Is you think that it's revered for it because of some small circle of friends or something that you are around. So you think that, I don't even know, man. Like, that's confusing. WoW's combat is the best tab targeting that's been made yet. At least retail WoW is. Okay, that's again an opinion. It's an opinion, right? Doesn't make it the best, it's just an opinion. I've heard Eminem Dev talking about this game, Light No Fire. Have you heard of it? I've heard of it, I haven't played it. I don't think it's out yet. I think it's a game that's in that's releasing later on. Yeah, Sean was talking about that recently on his stream. The best rated by programmers and developers across the world. Oh my god, dude. Do you know the definition of opinion? Never really liked No Man's Sky that much, so I'm not excited for Light No Fire. No Man's Sky, when it first launched, was kind of meh, but it turned into a pretty good game. I played it like way after it launched, and it's fun. It's a fun survival, space survival game. It's really good. Do I know the definition of consensus? I do. I don't think there's been a consensus. Like, I read once in People magazine that World of Warcraft combat is voted amongst the best by developers. Okay, that's an opinion of the writers of People Magazine. Based on their bias when they talk, like, that's the thing. Like, that's what you're not understanding. Nine out of 10 doctors said you should use this toothpaste. Huh? Yep. Like, played it pretty recently, still don't love it. They've changed it a lot. I haven't played it recently. I played it a couple years ago. And it was fun, right? It's a fun survival space game to collect stuff and build a base and all that kind of stuff. I think what they've done with that game, though, has been pretty good overall. You don't have a metric to measure what the best combat system is, even if you did. What do you mean? Exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. Like there's no measure to it. It's just about it's about feeling, and it's about it's just about preference. You know. That's all it is. Like it's an opinion. There's no scientific proof. There's no way to even have scientific proof of that kind of stuff. That's what's silly about the entire argument. Is you're trying to claim scientific proof when there isn't any. It's the best because 4 out of 5 developers said it was the best in their opinion. Okay, that's their opinion. It's not. There's nothing like scientific about that. No logs of toxicity back when it was player adventuring, yeah. Poser Train doesn't probably even know what true classic WoW was, yeah. Oh boy, it's just silly. Matters of taste or definition subjective. Exactly. It's all subjective, you know. Ovaltine is the best chocolate milk out there, voted on by 100 children. Okay, cool. What about the billions of other children? Right? Like, it's just a silly thing, and it's a matter of opinion. I got some ice I can sell you in Alaska because it was voted on by Alaskans to be the best ice in the world. Okay. Cool. Ovaltine, a crappy commercial, right? Drink more Ovaltine. Even the kid knew that wasn't real. And that kid put his tongue on a frozen lamppost. That kid was clearly not very smart. And he even knew that wasn't real. That was his friend? Was it his friend? My bad. I got that mixed up then. I couldn't remember who got stuck on the lamppost. Anyway, it's just... Oh, the children unionized. And they elected those 100 children as their representation. Okay. Those 100 kids represent all of the kids in the world. Therefore, Ovaltine. Oh my gosh. There was damage meters in original WoW, but it didn't really matter since a few classes did milestones more damage, and most casters had a one-button rotation. Yeah. I mean, there's something there, right? To what's easier to play. Like maybe you can get out an extra 5% more DPS playing this class, but you have to get a perfect rotation. If you don't get the absolute perfect rotation, you do 20% less damage. But if you do it perfectly, you get 5% more damage. Which class are you going to play? I'm going to play the one that I can just kind of play casually and do 95% of the DPS of everybody else. And I don't have the chance of misclicking one time and losing 20% of my DPS. That's how I would like to play. Because then at least I know I'm being consistent. You know? I can't stand playing a class where if you have to do everything perfect. Even if you get just a little bit more out of it. Let me summarize WoW now. All this week. Have 2 arenas with a bunch of noobs and have to raid weekly, then wait for an unlock to redo it all over again. Yeah, exactly. I don't like that. I hate that in World of Warcraft. Last time I played World of Warcraft, it's been a while now, but last time I played, I logged in, I leveled my character up to max level, I started doing the raids, and then once I got to that point, I was like, okay, I'm logging in every day to do my dailies. I'm logging in once a week to do whatever weekly stuff I'm doing, whether it's a raid or weekly quest or whatever it was. That's literally all I did. And I was like, this now feels like a job. I feel like I'm logging in because I have responsibilities. I have to log in every day. I have to get on every week to do these specific things. That's a job. Whereas I feel like in a game like like EverQuest or Monsters and Memories, I don't have to log in every day. I want to log in because there's things that I want to do, but I don't have to log in. If I miss a day, not a big deal. I can skip today and put in twice as much time tomorrow if I want to, and I ultimately get the same thing. I could skip a whole week if I want to, and as long as I can make that up by playing more the next week, right? So that's what I like about Monsters and Memories, is that it doesn't require you to log in to make sure that you keep up with everybody else. Just play when you have the time, play when you can, and get what you get out of it, and that's it. Now, some people are going to like World of Warcraft and be like, well, I would rather log in for an hour every day to be sure that I get, and then I get the same thing. Like on Final Fantasy 14, you log in and you do your daily dungeons or your weekly dungeons or whatever, and it doesn't take very long to do that. And some people would prefer that. I want to log in for an hour and get my dailies done. And then once a week, I got to log in for an extra, 2 hours during the week to get my weeklies done. And it doesn't matter, I don't know. It's a chore simulator. Exactly. I don't like that feeling. That's why I stopped playing Final Fantasy as well. Final Fantasy 14 made me feel like every day I needed to log in, do my dailies. And it just, I don't know, it just felt like a chore. Like you're saying. I don't like it. Also what sucks, there are a bunch of annoying racists who are dumb. Okay, well, that's another thing. I don't know what we're talking about there, but sure. Final Fantasy 14 gearing up, move entirely away from dailies to full weekly system, and the next X-Pack, you can do your whole week of roulettes in one day if you want, or spread them out however you... Really? That's going to make it even easier. The fact that people play WoW just to only log in a raid and then clear... clearly shows poor MMO design. I mean, I think it does too. I agree. People will disagree with that, and that's okay. Like, some people like to do that. Races are bad again? I don't think they ever weren't. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they ever weren't. No, we saw that part. That overall it sucks. Yeah, I think everybody saw that part. They're just focusing on the term using paramount and combat. I think we all agree on the other side of it. Nothing wrong with World of Warcraft. I mean, some people are going to like it. Sure. Some people will like it. Some people won't like it. And that's fine. Seriously, Eminem is our last hope for MMO. I agree. I think it is our last hope. You can tell by the way the devs are adding in something as simple as chess. Is so amazing. I like the idea of adding in the chess. I think that's the one that Sean was talking about on his stream recently, where he was like, somebody inevitably is going to say, they added in chess, they have all these other things that they need to do. Why are they adding in chess and checkers and blah, blah? Like, clearly, I mean, he knows exactly what people are going to end up saying, and he's not wrong. Like, people are absolutely going to say that. If they haven't already, I'm sure it's all over the forums and stuff somewhere. Kind of happy they didn't add one-hand, one-hand blunt, two-hand blunt, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Like, we just have slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. And there isn't a one-handed version and a two-handed version. That would be awful. Our friends hate microtransactions so much, would rather pay a higher monthly fee to keep the game running. Me too. Yeah. I would absolutely rather pay than have microtransactions. Yeah, that's Monsters of Memory. People are saying, oh, it's $15 a month. And people are like, oh my god, it's $15 a month. Then those same people went to EverQuest Legends, paid $20 for the base game, $10 a month, and microtransactions. And every expansion is going to charge you more money. They're okay with that. But they're not okay with $15 a month. Like, what? People are crazy. I'm Mexican and Irish? That's interesting. I have an accent. Soon as I speak, they start with their racism. Never experienced that before. The game is an MMO. Oh, amazing. Love it. Yeah, awesome. I'm glad you like the game. That's an interesting combination, though. Like, I mean, we shouldn't find any combination of two groups of people, you know, but it is an interesting combination for sure. I'm a no MTX enjoyer. Me too. Yep. You don't have anyone to complain about chess? People are complaining because it's like you spent your development time adding in checkers and chess rather than spending your development time on whatever they deem to be more important. That's what people are upset about. It's a silly thing to be upset about, because who knows what that person that added in checkers and chess does for the game, for the team, you know? Like, do they work on class balance? Do they add abilities? Do they do art? Like, what do they actually do for the team? And what didn't get into the patch in lieu of checkers and chess, if anything, right? And that's the argument. I'm not agreeing with that argument. I think it's a silly argument, but I understand where they're coming from. They clearly think that something isn't going to make it into the game because somebody added checkers or chess, which is like, okay, if you say so. EQ is $10 a month in 1999. That's like $30. Yeah, exactly. It's a whole silly thing. People are just silly. You know, you're willing to pay $15 a month, or you're not. That's it. You know, it's. Can you explain what you're doing in game? Clearly grinding, but it's for a quest or something. Just curious. What we're doing right now is we are camping 2 different named mobs for gear. And while we are camping these 2 different named mobs, we are killing a bunch of the trash around them for 2 reasons. 1, so we can get to the named mob, but 2, for experience. So we're basically grinding out experience for our characters to level up. Max level is 60, so I am currently capped, but the people in my group are not necessarily currently capped in level. So they're grinding out XP to get to the max level. And then we're killing 2 named mobs to get some gear. So killing named enemies in this game drop 1 item every time you kill them, most of the time. And they can drop like any of one of up to like 5 items or something. So it just depends on what they drop. They have different drops that they have. So that's what we're doing. I think they're putting a lot of these games in because they are real popular. Creation, like fishing, etc. Yeah, the fishing I thought was terrible, but you know, cool. They added fishing for people that like fishing. The fishing is not good. But you know, whatever. With its launch on Steam, not initially. And possibly not ever, but maybe. There is a chance it will come out on Steam at some point, but I wouldn't wait for Steam release. I would just go ahead and just pay it, or if you want to play it, just get it for early access. That's my recommendation. Ashes of Creation. Sorry for my typos. I'm working with talking on the phone. Yeah, you're good. You're all good. Every newbie should start with a backpack. Working on it. Yeah. That's like a quality of life thing. Should they start with a backpack? Maybe. I mean, you kind of do, right? Your inventory, this line right here, is kind of like your starting backpack in a sense. Because what is this? 8 slots? So it's like starting with an 8-slot backpack. Kind of. But I totally get the idea you should start with a backpack. Like, I get that too. Working towards your first backpack felt good. Yeah. I mean, it's nice when you get your first one. Like those early milestones. That makes sense. I see both sides of it, you know. Having that little carrot and you're like, you set a goal for yourself. Like you log in for the first time and you're like, man, inventory space. I need more inventory space. I'm going to try to get bags. And when you finally get your first bag and then you fill up all of your slots with bags, that's a cool milestone. It makes you feel good. But on the flip side of that, when you log in for the first time and you're like, man, I wish I had bags. This just feels terrible. You know, it would be nice to have a, it would be nice to have, where did that thing go? There it is. It'd be nice to have a, whatchamacallit? You know, a backpack or whatever. Also feels good. That's actually a really good item. I'll probably take one eventually just for giggles. But I'm going to let everybody else have one first. I'm not worried about it. There are 3 free, easily accessible bags in Night Harbor. Probably more, but I know of 3. They are there, like 4-slot bags and stuff. The bags aren't hard to get once you learn how to get them. Like a couple of starter bags aren't super hard to get. The wait till October is too long. I get that. I get that. Yeah. Just go to the Shady Trainer next to the Westgate. That's one of the bags for sure. Do you have basic tutorial videos for new players on your channel? I got my beta invite last week. I do have some, yes. Like I have a basic getting started tutorial video on there somewhere, yes. You may have to like search for it a little bit, but it's definitely there. And it's kind of like your first steps in Monsters and Memories kind of video. Like what you should do first. Two in SGS, but easy enough to run to. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's one that's in, what, the quarry? Isn't that where one of the bags is? Is down in the quarry? Where's the other one at? I'm trying to think if I can remember. Two in the quarry? Same dude? Okay. Sorry, trying to get my kiddos' attention. Hang on one second. Can I give you a beta invite? Unfortunately, I don't have any. I should probably ask the devs for some. I guess apparently they're giving them away. I don't know. I don't know what devs are giving away beta access. They haven't given me any. I don't think they like me very much. I really don't. I think I critique the game too much and they don't like that. You've been signed up for a long time? Yeah, it's just that RNG, man. RNG. It's rough. It's very, very rough. Camille, I don't think I'm going to do the Underdark because I won't have enough time to explore everything. I know where to level and how to get to 60 pretty quick. Second tune. Yeah, that makes sense. I would kind of do the same thing, Cage. Like we have an idea of where we want to, like our group has an idea of what classes we want to play, where we want to XP at, all that kind of stuff. But there's going to be new zones and new places and new things to see in early access. So we'll see. Can't wait for the day night harbor stops being the main hub for everyone. And we have starting areas. Yeah, it'd be really nice. Like, the 1.0 release is actually going to be a really cool time for this game because you're going to have, hopefully by that point, every race will start in a different starting location, which would be really cool. My son's friend's coming over here in a few minutes again. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll still be around today, but he's just coming over to play. I just got to meet him at the door. Yeah, some of the other cities would be really cool to see. I agree, JT. We won't be getting those for a while, though, I don't feel like. It'd be kind of cool if they do it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Right now, we have the West Coast, right? All the zones are West Coast. Well, what'll happen if they decide to just do East Coast, but they don't put any of the zones in the middle? And the only way to get back and forth is by teleports of some sort. Or by taking a boat. I don't know if... Some people will probably hate that. It's not different from the continents in EQ. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's not really different, but some people will like that. Some people will hate that. You know, EA is going to be a madhouse. Everyone will be fighting over the same beetle. Oh, absolutely. It's going to be absolutely bonkers on early access. I feel like what they need to do for early access right now is limit the amount of people. Limit the amount of people that are on a server, because it's going to be rough with the if the number of people they want to have on a server is like 5,000 or so, something like that, like a ridiculously high amount. This game is not going to be able to sustain that many people online at one time. Like, it's just not going to work. So they need to limit the amount of people online, at least for the start of early access. And then as the game grows, they can merge servers so that the player base grows. Because you could have 5,000 people if we had 5 times the amount of content, you know? But currently, that would just be awful. Like 1,000 people on one server right now, all at the same time, would feel very congested. Increase the early spawn times. Well, they could do that too, yeah. But it's just going to be, you can't have that many people on the server. What I would like them to do is an event, an early access starting event, like a GM event, and have the GMs spawn extra enemies that are attacking Night Harbor and attacking Phalandraw, you know, like attacking the cities. Just for the first few days, as people log in and start to spread out, and until people get into other dungeons and zones and things, and start to actually venture out of Night Harbor, and just add in a lot of new enemies in those areas. That would be awesome if they would do that. It'd be congestion now, but with the deep zones, it might relieve the congestion. No, it might, maybe, yeah. Also creates a mythos around it. Yeah, I was there. Exactly. The I was there thing would be awesome. I think they need to go, by the way. I might be able to play Kaz for a little bit and try to heal. I'd need to go get his spells and stuff, though. Can't limit the amount of people, in my opinion, in this game. Is just EQ has a huge snowball effect, giving them an advantage to start early. It's kind of ridiculous, just my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I think that they should, limit the number of players that come in and then merge servers later. GM event would be a great idea. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I don't know what they're going to do, but I think it'd be awesome. Maybe since 2 people have to leave, we're going to maybe get out of here. I might try to get on Kaz and heal some or something. We'll figure something out. Try out the old cleric a little bit. I don't think it'd be that bad with all the starting zones that they're going to have. It'll pretty much evenly spread out. Well, there's only going to be 4 starting zones for early access. Okay. Yeah, we can... Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, we can set that up. I can play him for a little bit. We can keep doing whatever. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that'll keep us going to do something for a little while, and I can try out the cleric and show that off a little bit. Westgate, Northgate, basement, docks. There's a lot of places to go in Night Harbor alone. Well, yeah, but you're all still pretty much in Night Harbor. You know, like there's only so many mobs that are spawn there in that zone, in that area, at that level. Is Night Harbor down? I got kicked when trying to zone in and can't log back in now. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I'm running there now. I know that we've been crashing going into Fallen Pass lately. So, maybe? Yeah, you can go into to Wormsbane pretty early. I mean, there's a lot of places you can go at low level for sure. Like there's a lot of places you can go. But you're also talking about like that potentially thousands of people all logging in at once at the start of early access. So yeah, it could be an issue. We're going to take a look, though, after my son's friend gets here. I'm going to meet them at the door here in a minute, and we're going to take a look at the cleric. I'm going to go through their abilities, fill out the spell book on the cleric, and then I might play the cleric a little bit in a group setting, and we'll see how it plays. So for those that are interested in that, stick around for sure, because I think that's what we're going to do. I think it's going to be epic if I log in and there's thousands of people there and I'm totally okay with just killing one mob every hour. I mean, I think it's going to be awesome for sure, yeah. Like, I'm going to love it once this game feels alive. Right now, I mean, there's like 300 people online, but it doesn't really feel alive right now. And I think that's because a lot of people are... There's 300 people. They're all spread out different levels. And yeah, it's getting close to early access. It's getting close to beta ending. You know, it's just not gonna, it doesn't feel the same right now as it will on the start. Launch of early access is going to be the best time to play this game. By far. Just players everywhere, constantly buying and selling and trading and grouping and doing all sorts of things. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then time will tell if it continues that way. Which I hope it does. Uh-oh. You running Kaz to Night Harbor? Oh, I'll log him in. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I was almost crashed there. That was a really long zone. Yeah, I'll log him in a minute, and then I'll go get his spells and stuff, and then if we want to reform a group in a little bit. It's going to take me a bit to probably get all of his spells organized. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, do that, and I'll get Kaz's stuff all organized. So other people having problems with Fallen Pass? Yeah. 23 of my guild members crashed. Yeah, it's... Fallen Pass, we've had many issues with it already when you first zone in. For sure. Nope. All right. Be right back, guys. I got to check the door real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, let's see if we can get on to Kaz. And check out the cleric a little bit. See how the cleric plays. Check out the new heals and the procs and the things and such. Okay, close that. Let's see. Oh boy. All right, give me a second. Let me I don't know where my camera went. That's weird. Hey, there it is. All right. Let me pull up my passwords. Oh, that's on the wrong. There we go. All right, Kazura, cleric time. Oh no, it crashed again. Yeah, the weather looks like it might be good. We might end up going to the pool this afternoon. We'll see. Well, let's go get cleric spells. Wow, this is like the most disorganized. Oh boy. We'll figure it out. Da-da-da-da. Greater Resurrection. That's what they decided to name it, is Greater Resurrection. Okay. When are you going to log in Pantheon and go over everything that's changed? Never. 1.0. That's when I'll look at Pantheon again. All right, Holy Strike. How are we going to do this here? Let's try to organize all of this. Holy Strike is going to go here. You cannot scribe Holy Strike on this tab. Try another. Oh, it's an. Is it an innate or a skill? It must be an innate. Okay. Lesser resilience. Still lesser resilience for a target, increasing their maximum health. Okay, so that's our buff. All right, we'll do buffs on this page. Minor heal. We'll do heals on this page. Polar alignment. Nuke. Let's put nukes on this page. We're going to do Blessed Barrier on this page. Wait, what? Are all my spells disappearing? What's going on with the spells? It's lag? No, my spells are literally disappearing. They're deleting the city? Hey guys, we have no idea what we're doing. We don't know how to make a city in the game, so we're just going to go ahead and remove the city. Okay, cool. God, they're just clueless. Absolutely clueless. Holy Strike's in there. Lesser resist. Yeah, it's not keeping these in my book. In my bag or my book. Had the same thing happen to me. Did a rewind and completely logged out and logged back in, and it got my spells back. All right, we'll camp out and come back, see what happens. But that's pretty silly. Like the simple functionality of adding spells to a book doesn't work. Like, that's not good. I don't understand how they possibly broke that. Okay, B. All right, so logging out brought them back. Cool. That is really weird. All right, thank you, though, for that. So we got Rebuke is in there. Blessed Barrier, so the new Blessed Barrier. Level 4. This book already contains Blessed Barrier. Wait, do we have... Hang on. What the heck? Oh, that's the level 4 version. Okay. Cure disease. So we'll put our cures on this page. Cure disease. Cure poison. Gate. Lesser heal. Prayer of the Faithful, level 4. Call upon your faith, increasing your strength by 2, mana, regeneration, secondary by 1, block by 25, granting you a chance to activate fulfillment on melee attacks, and the ability, your prayers are answered, increasing your attack speed by 4% for 30 seconds. Okay. So this is going to be a whole line of things. Let's get that, and we'll stick it over here. Rebuke 2. Smite the Dead. We're probably going to put that on a different line. Let's put these here. Smite the Dead. Soulbind. We'll put that with Gate. Summon Hammer of the Righteous. Spell Magic. We'll put that over here with these. Fear the Dead. Put that up here. Heal. Lesser Redemption. What does this one do? Redeem target, restoring 15% experience. So this is the first Resurrect. Put those on this page. Where's the other Resurrect? Did he have it? He's got Greater Resurrection. Oh, he must have that from his other book. That's fine. Poison Protection. We'll put that over here with the cures. Poison. Promise of Mending. Is this the... Promise of Healing 90? Okay, so that's the level 8 where you start getting the other heals. We're going to put that here. And we're going to take the resilience over here. Rebuke 3. Shackle. Shackle your target to the ground. That's just a basic root. Right? They don't have root and then shackle. They just have shackle, I think. Snare the Dead. We'll put that with Fear the Dead. Summon Food. We'll stick that on the first page. Blessed Barrier 2. Disease Protection. Goes there. Healing Light. This is the AoE heal, right? Yeah, AoE heal. I'm assuming they're going to have multiple versions of the AoE heal. Lesser Pacify. We're going to put that on the first page for now. Prayer of the Faithful 2. Smite the Dead 2. Where's that? Oh, Smite the Dead's right there. Stun. That's going to go on the first page. Summon Drink. Blind. Corruption Protection. Greater Heal. Promise of Mending 2. Oh, Promise of Mending. Okay, so it's there. Reckoning. That's their damage. Yeah, that's the holy damage. I think that... Wait, doesn't that go here? 30 holy damage? And then Reckoning? Isn't that the same thing? Just a higher version? I'm going to say Rebuke goes into Reckoning. Sounds good to me. Redemption. This is going to be the res. Yeah, 25% res. I don't know why I'm buying all the different reses, but I'm going to. Lesser Redemption, and then Redemption. Summon Hammer of the Pious. I like to have all the spells, just for, you know, testing purposes. I want to be able to look at the differences in them too. Because like sometimes they do, like the math is off on them. You know. Healing Light, and then Circle of Healing. Divine Aegis. Put that here. Greater Resilience. Where's Resilience? Healing Light. 2. Inhibit Pain. Poison Resistance instead of Protection. Prayer of the Faithful. Wow, there's a lot of spells here. Smite the Dead 3. Whoop. Smite the Dead 3. There we go. Cleanse Poison. So let's put that here for right now. Disease Resistance. Here. Okay, so we're going to do Cure Poison. Cleanse Poison. Poison Protection. Poison Resistance. Cure Disease. Disease Protection. Disease Resistance. And then we need whatever that one is. Greater Redemption. Hymn of Greater Resilience. Bestow greater resilience upon your group, increasing their maximum health. Okay. So... I guess that goes there. Lesser Blessing of Devotion. What does this one do? Lesser Blessing of Devotion, increasing their maximum health by 50 for 40 minutes. Additionally, if your target falls below... Oh, okay. That's the... That's that buff that prevents them from dying or whatever, or heals them when they... If your target falls to low health, Blessing active, they restore, and the blessing fades. Limited to level 14 and above. They need to do this on more things. This spell is limited to targets level 14 and above. They need to start doing that. It requires a token of devotion. Okay. Pacify. Didn't we put... Yeah, Lesser Pacify. Let's move Pacify and Lesser Pacify to a different location. We'll put it way back here. Promise of Mending. Reckoning 2. Wait, Reckoning was this one, and then Reckoning 2. What do you think of the fighter revamp overall? What things you like and dislike about it? I like... overall, I like it. I think it's good. They added in some defensive cooldowns, which is really nice. Like their shield block and such. You know, they didn't really change the class that much, to be honest. Yeah, class still mostly feels the same as it always did. Quinn's disease. Prayer of the Faithful 4. Scourge the Dead. This is the nuke, right? So this is Smite the Dead and then Scourge the Dead. Smite the Dead and Scourge the Dead there. Hammer of Virtuous. Atonement. This is the nuke. Holy Judgment. Grant them a chance to forget past regressions. Oh, this is their their memory wipe thing. Conjure drink, conjure food. Alright, so summon food. That way over here. Summon drink. Conjure drink. Conjure food. Exceptional heal. Oop, lesser heal, greater, superior. Lesser resolution. What is this? Bestow lesser increasing their maximum health. Okay, so this is the next buff. That's gonna go under. Is it the resilience buff? Okay, so that goes. Wait, what? Yeah, lesser resilience, greater resilience, group greater resilience, and lesser resolution. So resolution upon your target increase their maximum health by 175. This one does 125. So this becomes a group version, and then they start a whole new version that's just better. So you're basically, for a little while, you're going to get a group version of it. And then they're going to be like, nope, now you got to go back to single target. Like, why? Just keep it that way. Keep it a group version at that point, right? Reckoning 3. Wait, Reckoning 2, Reckoning 3. Blessing of Devotion. This is the increase your maximum health. Wait, what? Bestows a target Blessing of Devotion, increasing their maximum health for 40 minutes. Oh, this is the one. Okay, this is the one that heals them. So that goes over here. Circle of Healing goes here. Divine Barrier. Which one is this? Shield your target with Divine Barrier, absorbing 600 damage. So that's the new... Blessed Barrier to 4, and then Divine Barrier. Okay. Greater Pacify. How many pacifies do we have? Did I put those together somewhere? Yeah, we have... Wow. Okay, so we have multiple different pacifies. Interesting. Greater Pacify. Healing Radiance. Is this the circle? That's the cone? Frontal cone? Is that the Healing Light? Does that become the new... Yeah, Healing Light. Hymn of Lesser Resolution. And then we go back to group again? It's weird. Lesser Resurrection. Where's the resurrection spells? Where did I put those? Smite the Dead, Faithful, Hammer... Greater, Lesser Redemption, and then Greater Redemption, and then Lesser Resurrection. Prayer of the Faithful 5. Scourge the Dead. Smite the Dead, and then it goes to Scourge the Dead. Okay. Abolish Magic. So that's going to be basically Dispel Magic, but the next version of that, right? So let's put those together with, like, Pacify. Promise of Renewal 2. Retribution, that's going to be the next nuke. So it's Rebuke, Reckoning 3, and then Retribution, I guess. Sublime Heal. Okay. Where's Sublime? Where's the healing? That was on page... here. Hammer of the Divine. Circle of Restoration. Goes here. Divine Barrier 2. Divine Barrier 2. Healing Radiance. What is this one? Is this going to be the Shiner Frontal Cone? So that's the next... Oh boy. So we're going to need a whole page just for the healing stuff. For the... Wow. AoE healing. All right, let's put that here, and then lesser blessing of devotion. We're gonna move these down here. Put that there, I guess. Prayer of the Faithful 4. Resolution. What does this one do? Increasing their maximum health. Okay. Scourge the Dead. Smite the Dead. Scourge the Dead 3. Blessing of Dedication. What does this one do again? This is another heal and then additional heal. Okay. So that one goes with these. Exceptional Pacify? What the heck? What's the difference in all these pacifies? The duration? So this one is up to level 24 for 2 minutes, up to level 36 for 2 minutes, up to level 48 for 4 minutes, up to level 64 for 5 minutes. Okay. Hymn of Resolution. That's the group buff. Goes there. Promise of Renewal. Resurrection. Where'd I put all the res spells at? Oh my god. No, 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 no. Here. Retribution 2. Strike your target with divine energy. Where are the nukes? It's under Smite the Dead. It's under Rebuke. Retribution 2. Okay. We're gonna have to add like this. There's so many of these different spells. This is crazy. Supreme Heal. Look at all these heal spells too. They get one like every so many levels. Circle of Restoration. Devastate the Dead. I guess that's the next Smite the Dead. Can I even fit those in? I can. Divine Barrier. Goes here. Healing Radiance. Is this the AoE frontal cone? Yeah. So another frontal cone. Where was that at? So, oh my god, there's so many of these heals. Prayer of the Faithful. Here's here. Summon Hammer of the Heavens. Greater Resurrection. Divine Heal. Am I going to have space for this Divine Heal? Holy moly. Nope. Supreme Heal. Well, Divine Heal we're going to put on the first page because that's going to be the main heal probably. So we'll just hold on to that. Greater Resolution. This is the buff. Yeah, buff. So Greater Resolution. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll put that over here. Promise of renewal goes here. Retribution 3. Retribution. Yeah, this is nuts. And then we have Blessing of Divinity at level 60, which we can't use. Bestow your target Blessing of Divinity. Okay, so that's going to heal them. Wow, it heals. It's a 200 point or 200 health, and then it heals for 750 if they fall below a certain amount. Oh wow, look at all these level 60 spells. Wow. They get like an upgraded version of everything at level 60. Alright, well I can't do that on Kaz at the moment, but I guess we can put them in here. So he has them. So where we got Retribution, Blessing of Divinity. We go Blessing of go here. Circle of Restoration. That's going to go here. Devastate the Dead 2. Smite the Dead, Devastate the Dead 2. Divine Barrier. Oh, well, Blessed Barrier, Divine Barrier 2. So we need to put Divine Barrier there. Oh my god. Why are they doing this to me? There's a lot of spells. Holy moly, man. Healing Radiance. Hymn of Greater Resolution. That would go there. Prayer of the Faithful 7. Wow. So that needs to go here. Jeez Louise, dude. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's 8. Prayer of the Faithful 8. Alright, we need to put all the retribution spells on their own page, it seems like. Rebuke, 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 reckoning, 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 retribution, retribution, and then retribution on that last page. Okay. And that's it. Is that everything? Holy jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. That is so many spells. Like, they literally have 9 damaging spells now. So, Gate, Soulbind, Fear the Dead, Snare the Dead, Conjure Food, and Drink. Let's leave those there. Blind, Divine Aegis. Atonement is the Memory Blur. Inhibit Pain. Okay, Stun. Divine Heal is going to be the biggest heal. The alignment can go all the way here in the back of the book. So Retribution 3 is the biggest nuke, it seems like. Invis versus Undead. Root stun. Okay, so Greater Resurrection. Actually, let's not even worry about that. Let's do... Alright. We're good. Divine Aegis, he definitely wants to have that on there. We'll put it at the bottom. Inhibit Pain's probably going to be good to have for... What's the cooldown on that? 3 minutes? That's not bad. 3 minutes for a 40% damage reduction. It's pretty good. He's definitely going to want to have stun. I know he likes to have that in the top. I think root he likes to have up here. And then we'll do healing spells. So Promise of Renewal. Is that the highest one? Is there no higher level promise? Promise of Renewal 6. Yeah, that's the highest one. Okay, so Promise of Renewal. That's going to be the main heal. What's the mana ratio? Let's see. Restoring 2,000 health after 6 seconds for 713 mana. Versus Supreme Heal. Is that the highest? That's not the highest heal they get, is it? No, they get Divine Heal. Alright, so we're going to look at these real quick, like. Pull this up. So calculator, we have 978 divided by 391. So that's 2.5 health per versus Supreme Heal. I'm just curious if these get better. 835 divided by 355. 2.3, so that's good. Okay, so that's Sublime. 638 divided by 289. This is clearly before any bonuses. All right, so that makes sense. But this one is nuts. So this is 2,000 for 700 mana. So that's almost 3 health per 2,000 divided by 713. 2.8, and then it's going to be bonus on top of that because of the amount of wisdom. That's going to be huge. Blessed Barrier, so Divine Barrier, 1,000 damage. Wow. 388. Let's see. Close this. This is 1,000 divided by 388, so 2.5. So that's actually a pretty good barrier, yeah. Let's put Divine Barrier here. Maybe. Oh, is this the higher level one? That's level 61. Okay, so we have to do the Divine Barrier 3. Strike your target. That's the Retribution, which we don't have. Alright, so we have this, which is against undead only, right? Devastate your target undead with Holy Light, dealing this much damage. And then we have Retribution, but I think we have Retribution 3 here. So I'm curious which one of these, like, I would imagine the undead one would be the better one. So it'd be 744 damage divided by 328. So 2.2 damage per mana, and then 660 divided by 221 is 2.9 damage per mana. So yeah, the Devastate the Dead one is definitely better. That's actually a pretty decent ratio Almost 3 damage per mana before you factor in wisdom. That's pretty good. Where do you devastate the dead? There. Then we have Prayer of the Faithful. Call upon your faith, increasing your strength by 50, mana regeneration by 4, secondary mana regeneration by 4, and block by 200? Is that plus 200 to block? Or is that just your maximum amount? You cannot memorize this ability. Oh, is this the level? That's the high level one. Golly, dude, that's huge. Does he not even have block? Oh my god. Block. This skill may not be trained. Huh. Okay. Interesting. But this gives you 200 block. I guess. Wait, why did I get Piety? You restore 2 to 60 mana every 2 seconds for 30 seconds. Wait, just casting this spell triggered the Piety? And now I have it. Okay, I was going to say I have it permanently. Look at that. Just casting prayer gives it to you, and it doesn't cost any mana to cast this. You can just spam this ability. That's got to be a bug. Right? Bug. I'm going to say cooldown issues. Can spam Prayer of the Faithful to gain the Piety buff. No mana cost. And no cooldown, right? Yeah. And only global cooldown. Tattletale, that's broken. Come on. That's completely broken. Absolutely broken. Looks like it was costing mana. It doesn't have a mana cost on it right here. It does cost mana. Yeah, it does cost mana. But there's no mana cost on this list. I don't know why. Or wait. Oh, 75 mana. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong thing. But yeah, 75 mana. But still, if you cast it a few times, you get up to 60 mana every 2 seconds for 30 seconds. So you just spam this ability until you get Piety. There, now you have Piety, and now I'm gaining a bunch of mana every 2 seconds, which is going to be way more mana than I spent. Yeah, that ain't good. That's broken. All right, what else do we need to add here? Hammer of, let's see. Summon a Hammer of the Heavens, granting you a chance to activate Sanctified Hammer on melee hits. Additionally, fulfillment grants you a chance to activate Sanctified Hammer a second time. Sanctified Hammer, purify your target, dealing 20 holy damage. That's it. All right, let's see if this is worth having. Like, is there any stats on this hammer? No other stats on the hammer. So 1026. Ooh, that's terrible. All right, nobody's going to be using these hammers. At 1026? No. That's awful. All right. Yeah, because what I've got is this right here, which is 2235. Way better. Oh, well, I guess what Kaz has. All right, so those hammers are kind of worthless. Cure, poison, redemption, greater resurrection, greater resolution. So this one is level 60, greater resolution. So this is the health. I have a wizard, but no, I'm not teleporting people right now. Why is this red? Shouldn't this be like a different color? But anyway, so that gives you 500 health for 1 hour. Okay, what else do we have? Greater resolution, and then hymn of greater resolution. Okay, and then we have circle of healing. All right, how are these? 450 mana for 358 health per person hit. Yeah, the very, very bad ratio there. Yeah, these are very bad ratios. It's like you wouldn't want to use these unless you're hitting. Like, compare these to either of the other two heals. Those are like, what, 2 point, almost 3. Let's see, 726 divided by 1022. So 0.7, which would mean you would need to hit like... Yeah, like 3 targets. Minimum 3 targets for this to be worth it. For both of these, it seems like. Pacify, abolish magic, summon food and water, and then this. Okay. Oh, can't do that one. We can do this one. Can we have this on multiple people? I assume yes. Oh, don't have the reagent. Reagent vendor. What do I need for this? Token of deliverance. Did they not have a token of deliverance? Did they not add those? Anybody know? I don't see a token of deliverance. That seems weird. Alright, so we can't cast that spell because we don't have a token of deliverance. Cool. Alright, so we just have Prayer of the Faithful. Is that the only... I guess that's it. And then Pacify. Abolish Magic. I guess we'll put this on. Well, we don't need the Abolish magic, though. Yeah, 2 harmful effects for 100 mana, or... yeah, we're definitely going to do that one. All right, Isar, do you want to try to do some stuff or no? All right, I may end up going to the pool with the kids. I don't know. We'll have to see. Is there a what? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if that tank, if he had to go or not, but I'm good with whatever. I've got all of Kaz's spells though. I'm gonna go melee some stuff, see if I can get it to proc the damage thing to proc. You feel spiritually connected to the divine. Okay, so we got this fulfillment. Your attack speed is increased by 4 per stack. Okay, is that all that does is attack speed by 4, and we can get at 5 stacks, so we can get 20%. Yeah, see, this is what's silly about this. Is, like, you're supposed to be able to get... When do you get the ability to... like, the piety thing? Like, what... See, I just triggered piety again. Just by spamming that ability. What else can cause piety? Reminds me of EverQuest. Thoughts on the game so far? I really like this game. It very closely relates to EverQuest. Yeah, it's very, very similar in a lot of ways to EverQuest. Okay, so we got a second stack of fulfillment. Yeah, fulfillment, like, this is actually just really good. This is nuts. And how much mana are we getting back from this? Did we... I can't even... Oh my god, dude. You get so much mana back. Alright, let's see. Divine, Devastate the Dead. That doesn't work on that. I'm curious how much damage it's going to do if we do Retribution 2? Or wait, Retribution 3. What level was that one? 56? Let's do that. With 133 Wisdom, I'm just curious how much damage that does. Find a mob here. $1,200 damage. 1,238 damage for 328 mana. I'm curious how that relates to wizard damage. I'm going to look because people keep saying that wizards are better DPS. So we're talking about 1,200. Well, let's look at this. 744 for 328, right? So let's make a notepad. That's my Glinting Hollow guide. 744 for 328 mana. And it did 1,200 and something damage, right? So let me look at my wizard. Because I really want to test these like directly. Because I think people are crazy. Oh, fell through the world. So exceptional lightning. Okay, so it's way more mana efficient on this one. It's less damage, but it's more mana efficient. So if we do calculator, this is 657 divided by 165 equals 4.8. So the wizard is more mana efficient. It's also much faster cast time. Okay, so that's what I was wanting to check. That is for the level 60 version, but, you know, even still. But if you look at, like, what's really sad is if you look at this. Where's Greater Fireball? So Greater Fireball does 1,280 damage for 300, and that's... Yeah, so it's 2 more mana, but does a lot more damage. So that makes sense, right? That makes sense. So the mana efficiency is definitely not there. But with that Piety, is a cleric really going to run out of mana? Like, how do you get Piety? Do you get it from just casting any spell? Or is it from melee? Or what? Like, what's causing that? That healed for 3,300. Wow. That's crazy. It's crazy good. So now we're low on mana, right? So now I can just spam this until I get Piety. Oh, there we go. I got Wrath. Increases your strength by 15 to 99, your attack speed by 80%, and your offense by 100. So what's my offense? Does that make you, like, crazy good offense-wise? So my offense capped out at 180, but now I have 280. Okay, so it still doesn't make you as good. And how long does that last? Only for a little bit. Okay. And there's my piety. And let's see how much mana we get from piety. Look at this. And if I sit down, I can meditate on top of that. That's bonkers, man. It's just like, that's bonkers. Clerics effectively have unlimited mana. And there it is again. Yeah, so you just spam it till you get piety, and then so basically every 30 seconds you just keep spamming it until you get piety. Cast all the spells you want, and then spam Prayer of the Faithful for piety. I mean, yeah, we need to test this out like in a group and see how this is going to work. But you basically just want to keep spamming Prayer of the Faithful. Like if I was attacking an enemy right now, assist tank, spam this. And once I have it, don't spam anymore until it gets lower or whatever. Yeah. You want to see? We don't have a group right now. We might try to get a group later on. What was the mana of the... Devastate the Dead? So 660 for 221 mana. Yeah, I wanna try this out in a group at some point. But yeah, that's crazy good. Like that's ridiculously good. Well, maybe we can try to get, I don't know, probably have to do this tomorrow with a group. But yeah, it's a 3,000 point heal now, though. This, wait, what does this do? The promise of renewal? No. Divine Barrier. 867 Divine Barrier. So it's exactly 867. Okay. That does, I feel like this should scale with wisdom. But I don't know. Maybe that would be overpowered. Might be. There's Piety. So I'm just going to see if I can keep spamming this, right? Non-stop spam this. If we can keep Piety up and we don't lose any mana. Or if we gain mana. Overall. I mean, yeah, it looks like we're technically gaining mana. Like, I can just sit here and keep spamming it forever. And you gain more than you actually spend. As long as you can keep it active. And then, yeah, once you have it, let it go, and then spam it again. Yeah, just basically, if you don't have it up, you spam. Otherwise, you sit there and melee. Yeah, that's bananas. What of the two do you think is the best solar with their pet, Elementalist or Beastmaster? They're both going to be good for different reasons. Beastmaster is probably going to be a little bit better because I think they have better heals for their pet. So they'll be able to keep their pet alive easier. I'm pretty sure the Elementalist heals they have them, but they're not as good as the Beastmaster heal. But I think the Elementalist the Elementalist hasn't had their deep dive yet. So we'll have to wait until the deep dive to see what they change with it. But yeah, right now I would go Beastmaster over Elementalist for solo ability. But the Elementalist air pet is better for a group. So they definitely add more to a group than a Beastmaster does. The only thing the Beastmaster really adds to the group outside of their DPS would be their 5 offense aura that they have. So they give everybody in the party +5 offense, which makes them hit more often. But you could either hit more often, or you could have an air pet that allows you to hit, like, get an extra attack, which is probably overall better. Is it possible to get a bear for Beastmaster in or around Night Harbor? I think I know the answer already, but figured I'd ask in the name of wishful thinking. Bears in this area are definitely hard to come by, yes. I don't know of any bears close by to Night Harbor. Yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head. What do you think about splitting PvP and PvE into separate servers? They are separate servers. So it's already done. I feel like a dedicated PvP server might end up pretty empty. It will, and it already is, yeah. Most people, or use PvP zones similar to. So yeah, to toggle PvP on and off. Yeah, I mean that's an option for them, but yeah, they are separate servers currently. PvP and PvE. The PvP servers will absolutely be pretty dead. So yeah. Beastmaster, yeah, bears are the worst pet for Beastmasters right now. They're terrible. You don't want a bear unless you just want it for the aesthetics. Like if you're role playing or something, then yeah, get a bear. But you do not want a bear for the Beastmaster. They're terrible pets. Right now, you want a wasp. If you can't get a wasp, you want a spider. If you can't get a spider, you might as well not play the Beastmaster. Wasp or spider. That's really it. That's all you want. The rest of the pets are worse than those two pets. Like in every possible way. You have a crocodile right now? Crocodile is a third after the spider. Yeah. Actually, I forgot about the crocodile having that pinning ability. It's also good. Spider is slightly better, but crocodile is also good. Wasp around Night Harbor. Yeah, you can't find those. Those are over in Phalandraw as well. But yeah, spider is good if you can find a spider. As soon as you can go to get a wasp, I would recommend getting a wasp. Wasp is like way up here. Spider is down below it. Crocodile is slightly below that, but not much. Just maybe a smidge below the spider. And then everything else is way below those. Yeah, so like way, way below. It would be hilarious to be hanging out somewhere and suddenly see PvP Brawl break out and you just be opted out and enjoy the show. It would be kind of fun, yeah. But, yeah. For the intel? Yeah, no worries. Happy to help out. Yeah, the idea for the bears was to make them tank pets. So the bear is supposed to have like more health, more armor class, and take less damage. And then you put the Guardian Spirit on it. You don't actually want to use Guardian Spirit either. But that's the idea, is get the bear, put Guardian Spirit on it, and they're supposed to take less damage and be tankier and have more threat, right? So then you do the damage as the Beastmaster. But if you actually take a Wasp pet, put it on the same target, the Wasp pet's going to have more threat. If you put the Savage buff on them, not the Guardian buff, but the other buff, the DPS buff, they'll end up with more threat than the tank pet. And the Wasp has a 30% attack speed reduction, meaning that it will end up taking less damage at the same time than your tank pet will. So the Wasp does more damage, holds more threat, and takes less damage than the bear pet, which is supposed to be the tank pet. Go figure. It just needs to be balanced. It's just way off balance. Have you tried farming greens that are like 20 levels lower lately? They seem too strong to me. I have not, but yeah. There's a poisoning spider too. You don't have that. I don't know. I haven't really messed around with the spiders too much on my Beastmaster. Anyway, let me look at the weather again, because the kids really want to go to the pool, and I would like to take them to the pool. So now it's gonna be cloudy. It looks like no rain. Let me take the kids to the pool. Let's do that. I think that the kids would enjoy the pool. I may have to jump the fence. We'll have to figure that out. So I think I'm going to end the stream there for today. Take the kids to the pool and hang out. We'll be back on here tomorrow, though. I'm going to try to be back on here tomorrow and maybe play Kaz some. If we can get a tank in a group with the group that we've been doing. I just won't play my fighter, and we'll get somebody else to play a tank or something. We'll figure something out. Maybe I'll try to play Kaz soon and see how it plays out, because I think that this is going to be... They may have made this the best healer in the game. You just put on your whatever, your heal. It's a 3,300 heal. That is a huge heal. So... yeah, that's bonkers. But anyway, thanks for the stream. Very informative. Yeah, no worries. Glad to be here. Thank you so much for being here and watching. Beastmaster pets don't keep their abilities they had before you tame them. They have predetermined abilities you get after you tame them. Spiders get a root. Yeah, that's my understanding as well, is that they become like a specific pet. So it doesn't matter which pet you charm or you tame, it turns into one of the pets. Like it's either a jackal or a wolf or a spider or a crocodile or a snake or a bat or whatever it is, right? It becomes a generic version of that, and they're all the same no matter which one you actually tame. So that should be how it works. But Anyway, thank you so much for being here today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I will be back on here again tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, doing a lot more stuff. We're going to be testing out. Hopefully, I'll be testing out the cleric, yeah. If not, we'll be playing the fighter some more. If I could talk Isar into it, I will try to play the monk at some point in the next few days, and I'll just play the monk and he can play something different so we can try out. I can kind of show off the new monk abilities and whatnot. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it.